Recording has started.
Chair Yankee, would you like to introduce the meeting?
Okay. Welcome to the special meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for August 22nd, 2023 at 6 p.m. and it looks like it's 6:03 now, and I'll turn it over to our clerk, Cheryl Leger, to introduce the meeting.
This is a special meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Today's date is August 22nd, 2023. Remote access and or in-person participation is allowed. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference. That's via WebEx. The WebEx remote login link number is TINYURL:24R7VC7P. The password is Sunshine. The telephone call-in number is 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2596-2812-193##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to the SOTF@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Chair Yankee, do you want to read meeting?
You can go ahead and read it.
All right. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Person who engaged in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave.
Okay, thank you. And if you can call item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. We will begin with roll call. Member Wolf.
Aye. Here.
Member Wolf present. Member Hill not present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Stein. Present. Member Stein present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt not present. Vice Chair Wong not present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 present.
7. Okay, so we have a quorum.
We have 4.
Okay, are there any agenda changes?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'll just note that the complainant, Mr. Brzezinski, for file number 22054, which is listed as item number 10, asked for a continuance. I informed him that since it did not, his request did not meet our administrative reasons for granting automatic continuance, that he's free to present his case for why he should have a continuance when we get to that item. So that will be, if he is here, he can present that as 22054. And I don't have any other agenda changes.
I'm sorry, speaking low. What were you saying?
I said that Mr. Brzezinski had asked for an agenda change, but that we will hear from, it did not fall into one of the predetermined reasons where we can automatically continue the file. So he can make that case when we get to his file if he so chooses. And not see anything else from the members. We can open that up for public comment.
Yes, if anyone would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time using the WebEx program. At this time, we only have one person with us remotely. If you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, I do not see any hands raised at this time. I believe we can close public comment.
Okay, thank you. And we will go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, welcome new task force members and introductory remarks.
Okay, I just wanted to note that we do have two new members. We have Sal Sugarman in seat number 3 and David Pilpel in seat number 9. And so I just wanted to give them both an opportunity to introduce themselves to the task force and to anyone who may be listening. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Sugarman first, since you're at seat 3.
Hi there, I'm Saul Sugarman. I don't have a preparation of remarks to make. I am a longtime journalist, and specifically in San Francisco, I have been a writer here for 13 years, currently the editor of the Bold Italic, and I'm mostly looking forward to getting into issues of public records and working with all of you.
Thank you. And Mr. Pilpel?
Great. David Pilpel, returning to the task force for my 4th tour of duty, having served previously as a vice chair, chair of EOT, been involved in Prop G in 1999, all kinds of things, and back to the original drafting in 1993. So I just wanted to briefly highlight my 3 goals for this particular term. For me, one is to work on me, one is to work on the task force, and one is to work on amendments. So as to me, I can be very verbose, and I'm going to try not to be. I'm going to try to be more concise and precise. And if I have something useful to say, I will try to weigh in on that. And if not, I will try to shut up. And if I am veering off course on that, I would ask all of you to gently or not so gently move me in the right direction. As to the task force, it is my belief that the task force is incredibly important in the city and does not have a very good reputation among city departments, creates a lot of frustration with complainants and respondents, with departments, all kinds of folks. So whatever I can do to help the group make the task force more useful, effective, and relevant, that's where I'm headed. And that is everything from procedures, backlog, policy, the whole 9 yards. And then third, as to amendments, it has been literally 25 years since Prop G was started. Lots has changed in terms of technology, access, privacy, surveillance, any number of things. And the efforts that are underway are incredibly important, will take time. And as I think I've said at committee meetings, I think we need to carefully balance the benefits and the burdens that we're suggesting with changes and consider all viewpoints there. So that's what I'm going to try to do, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And anything else from any other members?
Are we allowed to claim people for committees?
Not yet.
We'll do it when we get to the administrator's report. We do scheduling. So we'll do that for item number 8.
I have first dibs. Committee of 1.
And let's go ahead and open that up to public comment then.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time through the application. We still only have one person with us at this time.
Okay, and I'm assuming they're not raising their hand and we have no one here. So
Down to 2.
we will go ahead and close public comment on that. And let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force special meeting of July 25, 2023.
Okay, I'll just note that we're going to have several meeting approvals in a row here. There were some old committee meeting minutes that we haven't gotten to yet, but the first one is just our last meeting. So this is the more recent version, and I will open it up to the members if anyone has any edits. Member Pupo?
Okay, so for items 3 through 7, I spent some time this afternoon doing edits. I will pass them up to Cheryl. The non-substantive edits, the type of minor league things, I'm not going to call out unless people want them. There were a couple that I did want to call out because I thought they were more important. On page 9, I don't think member LaHood should be listed as absent, but I think recused is better.
I will catch up. Hang on.
Okay.
Well, no, I have to be absent because we don't recuse.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
okay. You,
I
because there
did.
wasn't a motion. Okay, so.
She left the
she's
room.
absent.
She left the
Is
meeting.
accurate?
You walked out.
She walked, okay.
Yeah.
All right, all right. Then we'll leave that. So then it was not an actual recusal. You just did not participate. Okay, all right, that's fine.
I don't know, Chair Yankee, what do you say?
She left the room. She was absent.
Okay,
She's self-recused, essentially.
all right. It's just, that's fine.
Excuse me, David, I was preoccupied with watching Dean walk into the room to get his time. Would you mind repeating what you thought?
I don't think there was anything substantive yet.
It was a colloquy. It's all good. Let's see. And on the on page 10, item 10, it should say the respondent was present at the meeting, but it does not indicate who was the representative of DEM who was present via WebEx. So if it's possible to determine that. And I think this is the set, yes, I'm sorry, back on page 7, the reference to Lieutenant Toomey from the police department. I assume Lieutenant Toomey has a first name, and that would be nice to know. Other than that, the rest of the stuff is non-substantive. With that, I will move to approve.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to approve the meeting minutes with the substantive edits
Well, whatever.
mentioned by Member Pilpel, plus a variety of non-substantive clerical edits that he will submit to Clerk Leger. Do we have a second for that or any other?
Member Highland seconds.
Okay, so seconded by Member Highland. Members, any other comments on this set of meeting minutes? If not, we'll go to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I appreciate the providing non-substantive changes, but sometimes they do make a difference, and it's up. It's in the eye of the beholder. So it would be nice to get at least a little scope of what a non-substantive change might be. Is it just a comma being here and there, or is it actual corrections of words that were not spelled right? Or
Member Pilpel, maybe you can run through some of these to give everyone an idea of what these are.
So to Member Wolf, an example is on page 3, the second reference to Peter Warfield Library Users Association. I think there's no apostrophe, and so it's just removing the apostrophe. The most arguably substantive would be on page 5, item 5, the action. I rewrote it slightly to say moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Wolf, to continue item 5C to a future SOTF meeting for a full hearing. In addition, it was requested that the 300 pages not be included in future agendas, and that the audio link from the committee meeting be sent to all members of the SOTF. It literally just rewrites it slightly to read better. Does that answer your question?
it answers my question. A rewording, though, is not non-substantive.
Okay.
Are there any further ones for this set, Member Pilpel?
I read practically all of them now.
Okay, so I think Member Pilpel has read them all into the record at this point, Member Wolf.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So let's not see any other hands. So let's go to public comment on this.
Yes, if there's anybody who'd like to make public comment at this time, you can raise your hand by hitting *3 if you're on the telephone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Okay, we currently have 3 people with us online, and I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and not seeing other hands among the members. Let's go ahead and move to a vote. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Here, who made the?
I was moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Highland.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, and then for the record, just before we do that, let's note that Member Schmidt is here at 6:12 p.m.
did.
You did, okay.
Yeah. All right. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 in favor.
8 ayes and 2 absent. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Rules Committee meeting of October 11, 2022, pursuant to bylaw Article 5, Section 1.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. As I mentioned earlier, it's either our complaint procedure or our bylaws state that if meeting minutes aren't approved within 6 months, they can be approved by the full task force. So this is the first set of those. I'll open it up if anyone has any edits. And it looks like Member Pilpel does.
So to Member Wolf specifically, but everyone who's listening, the more substantive edits on page 15, I tried to shorten my comment to read, David Pilpel commented on task force bylaws and complaint procedures, period, on the action on item 4, seconded by Member Stein, comma, to request that Member Stein form an annual report ad hoc committee rather than direct. I thought that was a better word. On the bottom of page 15, I think the vote was 2-0 with 1 absent, not 3. Top of page 16, efficiency edits to the complaint process. Page 17, Member Highland stated that in the past other Sunshine groups have come in and spoken for information purposes. And then I also shortened my comment on page 18 to say David Pilpel cautioned about ad hoc committees, period. I think shorter is better. The others are non-substantive. I would so move.
Is that a motion to approve with those edits?
Yes.
Okay, so move to approve the meeting minutes with the edits by Member Pilpel. Do we have a second?
Member Hyden will second since I was there.
Seconded by Member Highland.
May I make a comment just
Yes, sure.
for Member Sugarman, just because this was confusing to me at the beginning. Member Pilpel has been referring to the page numbers at the bottom of the pages, which are different than the page numbers in the PDFs, because the ones at the bottom of the pages refer to the entirety of the packet, which is broken up for us. So if the page numbers don't make sense, he might be, some people refer to the ones at the bottom, some people refer to the ones in the PDF, the PDF page number.
Yes, thank you. That does actually clear up a issue I was having.
That was an excellent point. Yeah, we start at number 1 for the first one, and then it just continues on. So as we get item 4, it'll be the next page number of where item 3 left off, and so forth and so on.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a good thing it resets for each meeting. Otherwise,
Yeah.
It would be very high. Okay. And
Suggestion, David, you've got to speak up into the microphone.
sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
okay. Any other comments on that motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move to public comment.
Yes, if anybody would like to make public comment at this time, you can use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. And if you're in the room, you can approach the podium. Okay, I'm not seeing any indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor, and seeing no one in the room, I think we can move to a vote. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor.
Okay, 8 in favor and 2 absent. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 5. We have to have Cheryl read it first.
Yeah.
Item number 5, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Information Technology Committee meeting of March 22nd, 2022, pursuant to bylaw Article 5, Section 1.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Again, same thing with these. These are older set of meeting minutes from one of the Information Technology Committee meetings. So I think I saw Mr. Member Pilpel's hand, so I will turn it over to him for his edits.
These are pretty non-substantive. Broadcasted becomes broadcast. IT department becomes IT staff. Standardization becomes standard. Q is spelled correct. Yeah, non-substantive.
Okay. Any
So
other-
moved.
The minutes.
I'm sorry, Member Wolf, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna, I'm just move the minutes.
Okay.
I can second it. It's okay.
Who wants to take credit for the?
I'll move Bruce a second.
Okay. I have moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to approve those meeting minutes with the non-substantive edits. Any other comments by the members? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that. Victor?
Yes, if there's anybody who would like to make public comment, give me a moment. Yeah, one more person log in. Yes, if there's anybody who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time by using the application to raise your hand. I am seeing no indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and see no other hands. I think we're ready for a vote. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill? Absent. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor.
Okay, 8 in favor and 2 absent. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 6.
Item number 6, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Information Technology Committee meeting of July 12, 2022, pursuant to bylaw Article 5, Section 1.
Okay, our last set of these meeting minutes to approve. Any edits on these? And Member Pilpel.
So this actually has a couple of interesting bits on page 24 of the printed packet. It actually wasn't Chair Yankee. It was Chair Wolf. I thought that was
Yeah, okay,
sort of
so
interesting.
that Cheryl, as part of item number 1, says Chair Yankee called the meeting to order. I was not at that meeting.
It was Chair Wolf.
It was Chair Wolf. So that
Yeah.
needs to be Chair Wolf.
Some other
What was Chair Wolf? I was trying to find my.
Item number 1, call to order. You say you have Chair Yankee called the meeting to order at 5:33 p.m.
Right, so-
I wasn't present at that. That was Chair Wolf.
I'm skipping the non-substantive on page 27. This may require Cheryl to go back and check. The vote on item 6 indicates 2 ayes, but does not indicate Member Hill's vote, nor does it indicate the Member Hill left during the meeting. So I don't know what happened with Member Hill.
So Cheryl, this is positive. Do you see what he's talking about, number 6? So he either needs to be listed as being absent, Member Hill, or he needs to be, if he voted, his vote needs to be recorded properly.
The rest of it is non-substantive, and I so move.
Okay, so moved by Member
Second.
Pilpel to, I'm sorry, Member Wolf, did you have something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll second, and I picked up the same items as Member Popo.
Okay, excellent. So moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to approve the meeting minutes as amended. See no other hands. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on this.
Yes, if anybody would like to make public comment on this item, you can raise your hand through the application to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf?
Fumbling for the mute button. Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 in favor.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 7.
Item number 7, approval of the orders of determination. File number 22132, Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Asha Safai, Board of Supervisors. File number 22133, Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Dean Preston, Board of Supervisors. File number 22052, Lee Heidekes against Megan Bourne in the Fine Arts Museum. File number 22082, Michael Petrellis against the Department of Public Health. File number 22080, Mukund Rothi and the Electronic Frontier Foundation against Lieutenant Rowley and the Police Department. File number 21150, Maria Schulman against Justine Alberto and the Animal Care and Control Department.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Do we have any edits to these orders of determination? Member Popel.
I didn't have anything huge here. There were a couple things that I might have written a little differently, but I'll just pass those in and leave them to Cheryl to work through. The only real substantive thing on page 40, file number 22133, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Dean Preston. That's how it's captioned. And yet on the bottom of page 40, the action suggests that there was a finding that Supervisor Safai violated the ordinance. So I think, assuming the task force found a violation against Supervisor Preston, we should probably change Safai to Preston here. And just an observation, although the order in the packet is, the order in the packet is different from the order on the agenda, and neither of them are in order by file number. So I don't care which system we use, but it would be good for the order in the packet to follow the order on the agenda, and maybe for the order on the agenda to be, I don't know, numerical. Just a thought. I don't care that much.
Okay, thank you, Member Popel. Cheryl, do you see the substantive edit that he requested?
Yeah, underneath the July 25th date for Mr. Preston, Supervisor Preston.
Yeah, it says moved by member, yeah, right, it has one supervisor's name.
And I will so move with those edits.
Okay, so moved by member Pilpel to approve the orders of determination with the edit. And do we have a second?
Hang on, I have a question.
I'm sorry.
So because of the attention that was brought to that, so there's a file 22132 that is against Safai, and then 22133 is against Preston. Are both of them in the file, or were those compressed into one?
There were separate ones. It was
Okay.
it was one motion to approve both consent agenda items that were separate files. So one was a complaint against Supervisor Preston, the other one was a complaint against Supervisor Safai, and we adopted the finding of violation
Got it.
against both of them respectively.
And I wasn't at that meeting, which is why I had the question.
That's
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, who seconds?
Do we have a second for that?
This is Member Stein, I second.
Okay, seconded by member Stein.
Move for public comment.
Any other members have edits? Not seen any. Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment then.
Yes, if there's anybody who'd like to make public comment at this time, you can use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. Okay, I'm not seeing any signs of requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and we're ready for a vote.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 in favor.
Okay, great. And just like that, we're now 1/3 through our items. So look at that within 30 minutes. Moving on to item number 8.
See this?
Oh, I think I got it. Thanks. Okay, item number 8 is the administrator's report. Let's see, we begin with today's Compliance and Amendments Committee and Sunshine Task Force. The committee meeting at 4, the task force at 6 p.m. As we had last month as well, this is kind of a slow 2 months for new complaints that have come in. You all might be wondering what the columns are or what they mean to the right of the dates.
Let's, before we get into the first part, let's stop at the tentative hearing schedule so that we can get to Member LaHood's point, which is trying to, number one, see if you want to get anyone on your committees. And then number 2, making sure that all these dates are right.
Yeah, so the first thing that jumps out at me is I will not be here for a meeting on December 26th.
Yes, I noticed that too, that is probably a problematic date.
Yes.
What date?
December 26th.
Oh.
That's right, Boxing Day.
I know that's a ways out, but I definitely won't be able to be here. But since Member Pilpel has expressed interest in amendments, unless Chair Yankee, if you had other ideas for distribution of members to committees.
No, so let's just stop there. So just to clarify, the chair makes the appointments. We don't actually have to put that as an action, but I want to put people where they want to be, right? Currently, we have Member Wolf, who is serving on 2 committees, and that has been fantastic. And thank you very much, Member Wolf, for doing that. Is there one committee you'd prefer to continue on so that we can make room for our new members to serve on committees?
I'd like to continue on CAC.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
So it looks like we'll have a vacancy on complaint committee and there currently is a vacancy since Member Pavanabhan left us on EOT. So I'll turn it over to Member Pilpel and Member Sugarman to see if they have interest in either of those committees.
I certainly have served on and chaired EOT before. I've probably served on other committees. Chris? Yeah. My general sense of time commitment, at least as relates to me, I am happy to do full task force once a month. I'm happy to do one other committee once a month. I would prefer not to be on complaint since that, due respect, that meets monthly. I'd be happy to serve on EOT or compliance or both, depending on how that works. And historically, we have had generally 3 members on committees, but we've had up to 5 members on committees so as not to get to a quorum. So we can decide whatever we're deciding for tonight for the moment, but in the future, we could decide to restructure some of this so that each member perhaps is serving in a way that gets them to the full task force once a month and to a committee once a month. However, we've got it structured with rules meeting as needed. So I'm open to being slightly poached, but likely not for complaint.
And Chair Yankee, just a quick note.
Yes.
I think we forgot about Rules Committee. That's also an option.
Yes, we'll have to. We've kind of been on a pause for those because with the clerk's office having to devote 2 staff members still with the ongoing remote public comment, we've kind of been asked to limit our committee meetings to 2 a month. So if we were to reactivate rules, it would be in lieu of one of the ones that ordinarily meets.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I've been doing my best, if it's a rules issue related thing, to move it into one of the other committees that might best be able to kind of handle that.
Because right now, I think it's just Member Stein and I on that. So just the 2 of us on rules right now. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're available whenever.
Sounds good.
Slotted in.
And then Member Sugarman, do you have any thoughts about what sounds good to you?
I honestly just want to say that you should tell me what might sound good, because I don't know. And I mean, I don't know in terms of both qualification and time commitment. All I can tell you is I am quite busy right now, but I will do what.
Well, you know what I'll do? I will turn it over to Member Schmidt to talk about the complaint committee. So maybe he can recruit you for that.
An opportunity. We'll take him if he's willing to serve on the grueling complaints committee. That would be great. Yeah.
So just a little background.
Unless Chris, Chris usually poaches my people. No, I'm just kidding.
So generally speaking, the complaint committee is the committee that I would say the most of our initial complaints go to. They typically find what jurisdiction. I think they've been doing a good job of making recommendations to the full task force, essentially get everything ready so that we're not starting all the way at the beginning of the file, and they can kind of start the process for us by the time the complaint moves to the full task force. So that's the main role of them. If I'm
I'll just add that it is a lot of reading because you're reading the complaints before they come.
Microphone.
It's a lot of reading because you're reading the complaints before they come to the full task force, but then they most all inevitably do come before the full task force, and then you just need to, review them. So there's a little bit of makeup for all the reading that you do up front later when it's the second time that you're looking at them.
He's probably the fastest reader amongst us, I would guess.
Is that the grueling part?
Yeah, I think it is.
The reading is the hard part. I try to make the meetings go as fast as possible.
It's
And they
really
generally
just sorting apples to apples, oranges to oranges, so that when it hits the full committee, it makes sense and we're not. So it's a good way. It's a good way for a newbie to get into the meat of things because you kind of jump in at the very beginning of the case. You get to see it first before we all do. So in that sense, it's.
And what happens if that isn't a good fit?
We can have
we can
Try it and
we could try it and then talk about it again next month.
Okay, just making sure.
Then you get punished with having another committee. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, my understanding is that we may have, there's obviously additional open seats, that there might be additional turnover. So I think we're going to have to, one way or another, re-examine all these assignments anyway. So we can kind of consider this an interim setup.
Yeah. You're not bound to stay in any one of the committees.
Just let me
You
know
can-
if something.
Yeah, just tell the chair.
Okay.
So does complaint sound okay for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So we will, I'll make the decision to assign Mr. Sugarman to complaints and then Mr. Pilpel to EOT. Did you?
again, for the moment, and we'll.
For the moment. And we'll talk about this again, or just email me. This is, again, this is not a thing we have to vote on. This is, the chair makes the assignments. But it's better to do, I think, in public so everyone can see the thought process behind it. So that doesn't need a vote, but do we need to adjust, or do we want to adjust any of the hearing times and dates at this point? I'm not sure we necessarily need to all the way in December 26th yet. But
I would just like to flag that one, that I will not be here and I will not be in the state.
It should probably get postponed anyway.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's even worthwhile to have any meetings during that week. Not many meetings at City Hall happen. I don't know how many staff will be here, and help run the meeting as far as the building is concerned.
That's for the final week in December you're speaking of?
Correct. Through New Year's Day.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. And then, let's see, I'm just looking at any other ones we have. Let's see. The week of Thanksgiving, I don't know, that would be
28th. No, that's okay, I think.
the 21st. That'd be complaints. Is there any issue, Member Schmidt, Member
That's a Tuesday before.
Stein?
Are you
The
going to
Tuesday?
Are they going to complain about it?
November
If November, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm okay.
You're okay for now?
seems fine.
Okay. I think everything else, I don't see any holidays that are jumping out. Member Flippo?
I'm just going to suggest to Member LaHood or Chair LaHood that maybe at the compliance meeting in October, you can discuss alternatives for December, whether to do it, whether to move it.
That's a great idea. We can totally
Get everyone
discuss that.
scheduled that way.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll flag that, but not take any action right now. That sounds good. Since that could have potentially been an action item, I will go ahead and open it up to public comment now, just at this point, and then we'll complete the rest of the administrator's report. So open up to public comment on what we just discussed.
Is that a new word? Actiony? I like
I'm sorry?
Is that a new word? Actiony.
Action-y, yeah.
I like that. I like that. All right.
Well, we.
Okay, if anybody would like to make public comment on what's been discussed so far on this item, you can raise your hand at this time by using the application to raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time. I believe we can close public comment.
Okay, and there's no one in here either, so we will go ahead and close public comment. And I will turn it back over to Ms. Leger to finish up her administrator's report.
Okay. Like I said in the beginning, there's a schedule of committee meetings and task force meetings through the end of December. Item number 1, petitions, complaints, and complaints submitted and hearing files created. So Matthew asked me about this question too. You will notice the columns that are to the very right of the date the cases were open. I was explaining to my supervisor, Lisa Samara, that many times I will get like a new complaint form, but no supporting documents telling me about what their action really involves. And so sometimes, as soon as I get the new complaint form, I open a case file, I put it in there, and then I send an email out to the petitioner saying, please give me your records that support your item. And I have to wait for them to come back. So I can send the email out, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get an automatic response. So she asked me to include this column in our chart so that she will have a better understanding of what these dates really mean. And that's what I'm telling you they are, what they mean.
So Cheryl, let me just pause you real fast there. I had suggested, and I think we should do this, we should actually put the written heading on these so that everyone knows. I mean, you're explaining it here, but anyone who's not, available for your explanation wouldn't particularly know what that is. And also to clarify, what's the file number, where, who's the respondent, who's the complainant. And then the complaint dates are missing for 23065 and 23066. So those need to get filled in as well.
Yeah, I saw them. Okay, item number 2, pending petitions, complaints before the task force. So as you guys see every month, our numbers go down. In the earlier years, 2018 is completely taken care of, and we are up to date. 2019, we only have 3 cases that are waiting review CAC, Compliance Committee. And the numbers they grow as the years become more current. So I fill them in as they need to be. We still have, like for this year, 33 cases waiting committee, and we have 18 cases that have been heard by the task force. And we have yet to draft any ODs or put a case available for a CAC review. Item number 3, complaint committee minutes.
Let me pause real fast, Cheryl. Could I ask, since there's a decided but waiting OD, and I see 1 from 2020 and 4 from 2022, I think there was a push to get all the ODs done, approved. So I'm kind of surprised we still have some from that long ago. If I could just make the request that we get those on the next meeting agenda so we can finally clear that column out. That should just be administrative on your part to draft those.
So you said for 2020 and 20.
Everything. There's 5 of them, right? There's 1 for 2020 and then 4 for 2022. We really should get that zeroed out. There's no reason to have pending ODs waited from 4 years ago.
They'll be just like these, just as one.
Okay. Complaint committee minutes from July 18 were included. We had some public communications. And then you may see an extensive list of emails received. There were many. They were from May to August. So that's June, July, August. That's almost 3 months of emails that I have received. But as you all know, the month of August is it's when the Board of Supervisors does not meet and people take vacation. So yes, we are going to get lower numbers. We are. Somebody say something?
I just had a quick question on item 2, or if you're still on that. So let me just understand. So of the ODs in 2023, we have 33 awaiting committee, which means what exactly?
They haven't been heard. These are new cases.
That are still.
If you were to look at my chart, which I'm happy to send it to you, we have a very extensive list of cases that are blue that I have sent out requests for initial documents
Gotcha. Okay.
that I'm still awaiting information before I can even send it to a committee.
Gotcha. So those are basically open cases in the queue, if you like.
Yeah, in the queue to go to a committee. I try to get them to complaints first.
Okay. And then awaiting SOTF decisions, we have 18.
That means they've been heard by committee. In my chart, they'd be orange, so I know exactly what cases are ready to go to the task force.
So we haven't issued any ODs this year to
We
date.
just did 6 of them today.
These are the ones that are just the next column. That was my point. We've been very good about keeping up on our ODs and not letting ODs, but I'm not sure how these 5 from back then never got.
Okay. I guess my next question is because I'm looking at our website. There's 0 for the year, so these 6 would be the first 6 that would go in.
No, and I talked to you before about that, Cheryl. We've issued many ODs for this year, and yet they're still missing from the website. And you said you're going to do a website
Okay,
review.
well, any OD that was drafted in 2022 goes in the 2022 directory.
Right, so
But there have been none for 2023.
are you putting them?
I talked to Victor about this, and we just thought it made more sense
Speaking to
not to put.
Microphone, please.
It just made more sense to not put, and Victor might want to chime in, to put ODs in the year in which they've been heard, because that can be confusing.
So the year in which the file number originated
Exactly.
is the year.
It's the year it gets put
That's
into.
interesting. I don't know if we want to get.
Well, okay, 'cause I think we're using a mishmash of verse. So are you saying that any file number that begins with 22 will be under?
Year 22.
So if I open up 22, the first 1, 2, 3, 4 files I see begin with 21. So why are they in 22 and not in the 21?
Well,
We should pick a consistent. It should either be the file when it was opened. So any file number that begins with 21 should be in the 2021 and so forth. Or if it's when we decided it, we should do it,
just,
but it needs to be one.
I had discussed this with Victor, and this is not to usurp anything that Bruce Wolf had said, but he wanted the ODs in the year that the case was heard. So we may have had a case that opened in 2021, like December.
If you don't mind me interrupting, we will make the correction. If it's in the wrong year, we'll move it.
Okay, I think.
So where is it? Where will they go?
Yeah, so
It will be under the first 2 digits of each file number.
okay. I think that makes the most sense. So if I'm looking for a file number that begins with 22, I'm going to click the 2022.
That's
link.
what we were trying to do.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I would suggest that there must be some instruction above that section of the website describing that even if your complaint had been determined in a future year, that it is filed in the year that it was submitted.
I think that's an excellent idea. So if we could put maybe some text on the website by orders of determination and say, essentially what Member Wolf just said, that, orders of determination are filed based on the year that they were,
Initiated.
or issued or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or that the file was opened, not that necessarily that the task force made the decision.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I think we're good. That was a good point, because that is confusing to try to figure out where things are. If I was a complainant, I would be struggling.
Some other comments on the admin report when we get to.
Oh, okay. Anything else, Cheryl? I'm sorry. Did you have anything else?
Just the emails that we got. This is almost 2.5 months worth of emails. But while we're on this subject, we have a hearing coming up September 6th. Is there an administrator's report that you need me to put together for September 6th?
Yes.
What does everyone think? Is anyone interested in having an administrative report for 2 weeks?
It's
from
2 weeks of worth of
What's
information.
I think probably okay without it. Maybe get an extra case. And how's our caseload looking?
We're going to probably have 6 files on there, so it's going to be a pretty hefty agenda, not counting any policy.
Right. I don't think we want to scare the new members too much. I'm not worried about pill, but
I'm okay personally, unless someone really wants to see this, with holding off the administrator's report and get back on the schedule of just having it in October. I'm not sure a 2 weeks worth administrative report is all that helpful. Not seeing any objections to that. So, okay. So Cheryl, go ahead. No administrator's report for September.
you may want to put a line item, just say, due to recent admin report, September's will be postponed till October.
You're mumbling. I can't hear what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Just, no, okay, never mind. Moving on.
Okay. I think member Pill had some issues with the administrator's reports. I'll turn it over to him.
Observations. In general, I think the administrator's report should be on each regular task force agenda, but in this case, I don't feel that strongly because it's 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah. I'll live with that. On page 44, sorry, if it's not the same page as anyway, on page 44, to Cheryl, the date looks like it was just carried forward from May. So if we could just attend to the date in the future. And if you could also add a line with your name, I think it's helpful for the future record who was the administrator at the time, because we've been through a number over the years. And I think it's just useful to say that it was you, which is fine. We talked about the hearing schedule. That's fine. On the new complaints filed, I don't care that much about the various dates. I'm happy to just have any old date when a complaint was filed. Pick a date. I don't care which one. I'd be more interested in another column about just characterizing the nature of the complaint, if it's about records, if it's about meetings, if it's about 12L, if it's about something else, just sort of broad categories. That's kind of interesting to me. So, for example, here, the MTA Brown Act violation, so presumably that's meeting related. I can't tell from these other things. I'm presuming that most of them are records related, but I don't know. Also, I recall in the past, and Member Highland may be able to help me on this, there was a larger complaint log that listed like everything that we either got as part of the administrator's report or was available online, that had sort of the big matrix of everything that was still in the system, not the stuff that had closed, but the stuff that was still pending. I don't know where that is now. I assume
We have it.
okay. I don't know if that's useful to members or the public or anybody, or how to deal with that. I'm just thinking about that right now.
I know you're thinking about it, but it's
Massive, and it's just
it's massive. It's big,
Okay.
and it wouldn't fit on an 8.5 by 11 page.
then why don't I just put that in my little place for the moment and just be aware that that information exists?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I care, if anyone cares. Okay. On item 2, the complaint summary by date, there are totals on the right. Can we also get a total on the bottom, adding up those columns?
Yeah, I think member Stein has asked for that multiple times.
I support Member Stein in that request. The communication on item 4, the communications that were included, I read through some of that. I'll try to get through the rest of it. That was actually interesting and informative. And the last bit, the list of emails, that's been I don't know, either a bug or a feature of the task force for many years. I remember when I first started, we actually brought a folder of communications received and circulated that around members, and anyone who cared would flag something and get a copy. That's how old I am. I don't find a whole lot of value in this massive list of email, most of which is just day-to-day back and forth. I'm not asking for a change tonight, but maybe at a future meeting, maybe we can think about what value this particular list and chart has for us, for the public, how much time it takes staff to pull it, and are we just cutting down trees or adding a thing that doesn't do a whole lot? Things that are of policy import, like the things that were pulled, other things, I think are useful, but this list isn't doing a lot for me. I'll leave it at that. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Member Popel. Anyone else? Cheryl, do you know, or maybe Victor, why we put all the log of all the emails, why you log your emails?
Give me a few minutes. I'm trying to look something up.
Okay. While Victor does that, I'll just
Just to let you know, it's the way I was trained. It was part of what we had to do. So
okay.
Doing.
The other, just it's not a big thing at all, but I'm just going to point out that, like, on item number, if you look on page number 58 at the bottom, PDF page 16, it looks like there was a graphic that somehow got cut off. I don't know if you sometimes on Outlook, if you have to hit the download the pictures, we should probably do that if we're putting so you don't get blanked out graphics. I'm not sure if it was important or not, but just as a practice to make sure if there's images included that they get in there.
Yeah, I remember this particular article. Getting it to print, I couldn't get it to
Okay,
print.
it might just be that it wasn't there.
Yeah.
I would support the idea of cutting out anything that's really not used. There are a few things I'd like to add in. One is I'd like to be able to track how long a case is in the system, the average length of time that the case is in the system. I don't know how we can do that, and I haven't thought that through, but it's the one thing that I'd be interested in. But in order to do some of the things we want to do, it's great to cut out things that we don't need.
I guess on that point, is anyone finding use in the log of emails?
Again, maybe we don't have to decide
Oh, no, I know.
tonight, but we can just.
I'm not sure that it even needs a vote. If there's no one who's asking for it, I think we could just ask Cheryl that too.
Or maybe Cheryl and Victor could talk about whether there are alternatives to call that down somehow. Anyway, alternatives, and we can maybe make a choice next time we have the
Yeah,
administrator.
you guys make a choice. I mean, we can produce the list or not. If you don't want it, that's fine. It doesn't take that much time to prepare. It probably takes 45 minutes.
That may be a good point.
If you don't want to
Mr.
do it,
Chair.
that's fine.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I find that the log of emails are actually interesting to me because there's sometimes comments that people bring that are pertinent to the work that we do. And people are providing either their, kind of personal experience or professional wisdom or what have you. And if there's no other way for me to be able to, see what's the communications that are coming and going, that's almost a transparency issue. So I would opt not to have all the emails printed out, but at least a list of what's coming in.
Okay, so we have interest in it still, Cheryl, so I guess we don't need to change anything. Anything?
I'll just add, I'm on the other side of that. I've looked through it so many times and I just don't feel like there's much substantive there. And it almost feels like, to me, like very too micro and not adding that much information. And I will just say that's my perspective, but I would kind of agree with Member Schmidt. Like, it would be really valuable to know how long the cases are in the system and what's happening. And that was something that we compiled for the annual report. And it kind of took a lot of work to compile it because I had to cross-reference like dates and things like that. And if it were laid out somewhere, I think that could be really useful, especially if we're going to think carefully about, perhaps changing some of our procedures to shorten the amount of time that cases are in our system. It would be good to know what's happening with them, where the hangups are and all of that. But I recognize that that's kind of a lot of work because I did it and I know, but it would be nice if we had that information organized within the task force.
Victor, do you have comments? I'm sorry.
Yes, I believe I have the code section that was referred to. It's section 67.23, public review file, policy body communications. And since we are part of the board of supervisors in a way, as I believe this is the reason we do the communication list. Just read it into the record. It states the clerk of the board of supervisors and the clerk of each board and commission enumerated in the charter shall maintain a file accessible to any person during normal business hours, contain a copy of any letter, memorandum, or other communication which the clerk has distributed to or received from quorum of the policy body concerning a matter calendared by the body within the previous 30 days or likely to be calendared. And it goes on. And by us maintaining a list of the communications, it's an easy way for us to pull those communications and provide them if so requested.
Mr. Chair.
I have Member Pilpel, then Member Wolf.
So I take Victor's point that section only refers to charter boards and commissions. We're an ordinance policy body. Nevertheless, I see the value in it. I guess my concern stems from what's actually on the list, most of which seems to me to be related to case files and scheduling. And that's what I'm not particularly interested in. The other, if someone has an issue with scheduling, that's fine. Have whatever back and forth you need to have. If it needs to go in the file, it goes in that complaint file. It's the other stuff that is policy related. That's what I'm interested in. And I suspect that we're already getting most of that in actual, printout. So that's why I would leave it to Cheryl and Victor to perhaps craft some middle ground if there is one. And I'm done talking about this for tonight, but I'm happy to hear from Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, so another purpose for this is not necessarily for us. It also, I think, would be helpful for our office, because if members of the public were looking for communications that came in, between a particular time or what have you, they would have the ability to see a log of what was there. First of all, they can then pick and choose whatever was listed in there, and it would kind of relieve a lot of labor for our limited staff to have to go on a fishing expedition.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I don't think we really had to make any decisions now, but Victor, Cheryl, if you have any ideas based on the discussion you want to bring back to us next month, I think we can talk about it there if need be. Does anyone have anything else for this item? If not, I'll open it up. Member Wolf again?
But one last thing. I mean, I know 6723 says each board and commission enumerated in the charter. But when you look at the charter section that enumerates it, it specifies appointive boards, commission, or any or advisory body of any kind. It's a pretty broad definition, and that's what that section of the Sunshine Ordinance is referring to.
Okay. Did you have anything else before I move on?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. So not seeing any other hands, we'll go ahead and move to public comment.
Yes, if there's anybody who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand through the application to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready to move on to the next item, which is number 9.
Just a second. Item number 9, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Yes, if there's anybody who would like to make general public comment at this time, you can use the application to raise your hand at this point in time. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. And I'll note that there's no members of the public here in the room with us, so I think we can go ahead and close general public comment and move on to item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 22054, complaint filed by Stillian Bazansky against Deborah Liu, and the Treasurer and Tax Collector's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 and 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On May 17, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved that the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and to forward the matter to the task force with the recommendation for no violation for timeliness and no privacy violations.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So first, let's see if we have both the complainant and respondent available. So Victor, if you could check on that.
Yes, we have. I have moved the participants to the participant list. You have control over your own microphone.
Okay, so are they both here?
Still in here.
Great, welcome, Mr. Brzezinski. And do we have someone from the Treasurer and Tax Collector's Office?
Yes, this is Assistant Tax Collector Attorney Christopher Terrell.
Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so before we begin, I had mentioned this earlier in the meeting. Mr. Brzezinski, did you still want to request that your item be continued, or would you prefer to present your case?
I'm ready to present.
You would like to present, so we can just go ahead and present? Great, okay.
Yeah.
So, just one moment. So the way this is going to work for the new folks and for anyone listening in, it's we'll go start with the complainant. They'll have 5 minutes to present their case. Any parties that are going to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant will have 3 minutes to present. We'll then move to the respondent, who will have 5 minutes to present. We'll then give an opportunity to provide any other parties for the respondent who has facts or evidence. They'll have 3 minutes. The task force will then have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions, but it shouldn't be the part of our deliberations. After we ask any questions, get any information we need, we turn it back to the respondent for a 3-minute rebuttal, followed by the complainant for 3 minutes. At that point, it comes back to the task force for us to deliberate and formulate a motion. We have public comment, and then we vote. So it's on the bottom of the agenda if you want to follow along. And what we typically do as well is these go to a committee first, and we have the committee chairperson typically give us a summary so that we know where we're starting and what to look for. And this looks like it went to the complaint committee, so I will turn it over to the chair of that committee, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, this one's pretty basic, and we made a recommendation of no violations. The gist of the complaint was, one, it seems like the petitioner is contesting whether whether the respondent is allowing him to mediate a matter. We didn't see how that is something that we have any way to be involved in. The second matter is technically the petitioner is claiming that there should have been information redacted that wasn't, that documents that the petitioner obtained, there was some remaining ability to identify the petitioner. That also is not something that I think could constitute any kind of violation of sunshine. I don't recall if there's any sort of delay issue here. I don't think there was. And so that's the basis for, we didn't think that we'd want to find a violation on this one. It seemed like the job that the Treasurer and Tax Collector did here, and I have to say that I've seen them do a good job in other places, was exactly what you would want. Other members of the committee, anything you'd like to add?
This is Member Stein. I would just add that on the timeline that there was a request made, I think it was made as an IDR, and there was a response within 1 day that this material was going to take a little longer to put together. I think ultimately there were about 86 records provided, and they were provided within 9 days of the original request. So I just wanted to throw that timeline in there.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Wolf, did you have anything as the other committee member to add?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I think we're ready to get started with the presentations. So Cheryl, if you can let Mr. Brzezinski know when he may begin?
How much time? 5?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Mr. Brzezinski, you ready to begin?
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Sure. So my name is Stilian, and before I begin, I would like to point out that today's agenda does not clearly specify whether we are discussing a violation of Public Request 22-1100 or Public Request 22-2361. And on August 18, 2023, Ms. Ledger requested that I provide an improved chart for 21-1100. I promptly provided one, which, as far as I can see, is not included in today's agenda package related to complaint 22-054. In any case, I'm prepared to discuss the violation of Public Request 22-1100, and I would like to mention 2 things. First, I'm not sure whether Mr. Tyrrell of Treasury and Tax is aware of this complaint, but this marks my 9th complaint in the last 4 years concerning the Tax and Treasury team, largely for the same reason. Some of the excuses I have heard for delayed public records include not having adequate software for privacy reduction, insufficient personnel to handle requests, excessive requests from the petitioners, requests containing extensive information that takes longer to process, and requests for the information already publicly available. Additionally, due to COVID emergency and the mayor proclamation, the respondent claimed that they have unlimited time to respond to requests. The most common excuse was citing pending litigation, which resulted in significant delays due to attorney-client privilege. Out of the 8 complaints I brought to the Sunshine Task Force, violations were found in 3 of them. Regarding complaint 22-054, I submitted public request 22-1100 on April 7, 2022, and it was not closed until June 16, 2022, which is 71 days. To put that into context, the local Sunshine Ordinance says the response time for public requests is 10 days, and California Government Code 6253C sets it to 24 days. As you can see, there is a substantial delay in delivery of this public request. And second, I'm well aware that the Sunshine Task Force Ordinance does not have any executive power. Nevertheless, I will continue to raise those complaints because there is a significant advertising suggesting that the local ordinances are superior to the state law. Perhaps there are, but so far I have not witnessed anything better, especially concerning the timing of releasing public records. Thanks so much. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brzezinski. And do we have any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? I'm assuming there's no hands on that. If so, interrupt me, but if not, let's go ahead and move to 5 minutes for the respondent. I think we have Mr. Tyrrell available. So Cheryl, please let Mr. Tyrrell know when he may begin.
Mr. Tyrrell, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, honorable task force members. Initially, I would like to state that both the request number that Mr. Brzezinski identified here and the complaint at issue are both incorrect. So complaint number 22054 is in regard to next request number 222361, not 221100, as the petitioner has stated. So the complaint there was filed on May 10th, 2022. Correction, that was the date that our office received the complaint. We responded on May 12th, 2022, and that complaint and the response focused almost entirely on the issue of whether or not his email was properly redacted from the materials, and that hearing was on May 17th. I have the minutes here stating that there was jurisdiction, but recommendation for no violation for privacy. The issue of timeliness with regard to next request 221100 was never raised in this complaint. However, it was subsequently raised after the May 17th hearing by the task force in an affirmation letter. So it's very difficult for the Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector to properly respond to to these complaints from petitioner when the complaints are compiled into a single complaint number, when multiple requests are compiled into the same complaint number, and a request for a response to a complaint is requested by the task force after the response has already been provided and the jurisdiction has already been found by the task force. I would also like to identify an issue that came up today wherein Mr. Bajanski wrote to the task force stating that there was 35 pages of material requested by Ms. Legere that was not provided to us, and furthermore, that communication was never sent to us. It does look like Mr. Bajanski sent that material to the task force, but again, it was not provided to us, and it is very difficult to attempt to respond to the multiple complaints that petitioner continues to file against our office when we don't have the materials, when there are ex parte communications between the task force and the petitioner, and it's simply not reasonable that we should be asked to respond to arguments that we are not even privy to based on materials that were never provided to us. Nonetheless, with regard to the issue on the table, which is complaint number 22054, the issue was fully briefed in the response to the complaint. There were issues surrounding the redaction tool used in Next Request, which did not fully redact the email addresses for petitioner. And petitioner in the meeting stated that he waived his right to privacy and did not care whether or not we provided his email address to him, redacted or unredacted. I should also point out, of course, that these requests are public and that there is quite a strong argument that petitioner has waived his right to privacy by submitting multiple Public Record Act requests that identify his email address and make it available to all members of the public.
Mr. Terrell, were you complete because you went silent?
Yes, I'm complete. There is nothing
Okay,
further.
okay. I just want to make sure we didn't cut you off or you didn't get muted or something. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. And are there any other parties provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, I'm assuming there's none. Victor, jump in if there were. So, okay, so we're going to move this to the task force for questions. And briefly, Mr. Terrell, what was your position with the Treasury and Tax Collector's Office?
I'm the Assistant Tax Collector Attorney.
Assistant Tax Collector Attorneys. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, questions on this file? And just a note, Member Wolf, again, I can't see it, the screen, so if you have a question, please just, jump in as you've been doing.
No problem. Thank you.
Not a question, but I'll just note for the record, Mr. Terrell, I know there was an email that Mr. Bajanski referenced regarding things that he felt were missing or reasons why this should be continued. That's not part of this file. We have a deadline of 5 business days. Well, in this case, it was August 16th. So any communications he has is not in the file, but that's not anything that we're discussing. So we are focusing on purely what's in the packet so that all parties can see it, members of the public can see it, the task force can see it, and both sides can see it. So those emails are not part of our discussion right now.
I have a question.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
Yeah, for Mr. Bajanski. I recall you mentioning, and as reflected in the minutes of the complaint committee, that there was a legal dispute. What venue was or is this legal dispute proceeding?
At the moment, you mean?
Well, at the time.
At the time, Superior Court. Or at the
Superior
moment.
Court.
Yeah, at the time, Superior Court. At the moment, Appeal Court.
Okay, and so at the time that you were in court, could you not request discovery of those documents at that time?
You mean inside the case that was already open? Or as part of another case?
Or whatever case is pertaining to the information that that's part of this request.
Well, I usually think that Sunshine Task for Ordinance in the local ordinance should be better than the court system itself. So that was the reason I choose the local to use the local ordinance as a better venue, and yeah, and that's pretty much why I choose it.
Well,
But it turns out to be slower than maybe if I have chosen to use the court system. I don't know. I mean, maybe I should have done both. I don't know.
I appreciate that, but generally you find that the court has a lot more power, and that the court orders, are enforceable, while our determinations are not necessarily enforceable, and you'll probably get quicker response in that way.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
It is a little unusual that we would, I guess had I known that at the time, I probably would have said stick with your court, and if things don't work out there, then come back to us. But usually we would defer to court. We would not move forward. So it just future information.
Okay, good to know. Mm-hmm.
Did you have any further questions, Member Wolf?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
This is Member Pilpel. I'm sorry that I'm relatively new to this particular party. I guess I have questions for both the complainant and the respondent, and I'll try to keep it brief. So to the complainant, Mr. Is it pronounced Bajanski?
Right, Bajanski.
Great. So in reading the material, I'm a bit confused if your primary concern is, in this case, is timeliness or redaction, or is it both?
Well, I think it's timeliness, but there are two cases in the same complaint. So it looks like the respondent have chosen to work or reply the redaction, but I think we already discussed redaction a few months ago, and it was like a software glitch that they have in the system. That was the redaction issue. Here, I'm bringing more the timeliness of the complaint.
So for purpose of tonight, you're not particularly concerned with redaction, but you are concerned with timeliness. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Great, thank you. So to the respondent, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your first name. Is it Mr. Terrell?
Yes, it's Christopher Terrell.
Christopher, okay. All right, greetings. So if we're putting the redaction issue aside, as to timeliness, I did see in the response from your office, which I guess has been kicking around for over a year now, the May 12th letter that starts on page 175 of the packet, that the complainant has submitted a number of PRA requests, and that you claim that your office has worked, or your colleague claims that your office has worked diligently to respond. Can you help me understand a little bit how the number and perhaps complexity of requests may have affected timeliness of response? Because I think that's in part what it may turn on for me.
Sure, and we are speaking specifically with regard to request number 222361, not request number 221100 as
Whichever
petitioner
one.
stated.
That's fine, whichever one.
Right. So with regard to next request number 222361, which was the original request behind complaint number 22054, the petitioner submitted the request on April 20th, 2022. Later that same day, my office sent the request to the IT section to pull responsive records, and approximately 630 potentially responsive documents were produced. The following day, we responded to petitioner advising him that the request would not be able to be handled as an IDR due in large part to the number and complexity of the records that needed to be reviewed, many of which, as petitioner already identified, contained attorney-client privilege materials. My office worked diligently to review and produce the materials, and within, I believe it was 7 days, we had produced the entirety of the responsive records that were not privileged, which I believe totaled 86 records, along with a redaction log identifying the reasons for any withholding or redaction of records.
Okay, thank you. So I think that is a quick distillation of the 7-page letter dated May 12th. Yes? Okay.
Yes,
So-
that's correct.
So to Mr. Bajanski, that's their position. What's the expression? What say you?
I'm sorry. So I'm not
Yeah,
quite
Member
sure.
Pilpel, do you have a specific question?
Yeah, so
I don't want to reopen.
I'm sorry. So to the extent that they believe that they have complied, can you again distill why you think they have not timely complied?
Well, as I said, and I will repeat again, I'm talking about complaint 22-1100, which was open on April 7th, and it was closed on June 16, 2022, which is 71 days. I'm not sure which complaint are we discussing at this point, because there are too many complaints that we brought up.
Okay.
So I don't.
I hear you, but I think I understood both from your complainant information and from the information from the respondent that this particular complaint actually relates to request 22-2361, not the other one, and that 2361 is the subject of this complaint.
61, but I'm prepared for 22-1100, so we are obviously not on the same page. So I mean, I don't know how we can continue at this point.
All right. Well, on the 2361, are you satisfied that you've received the records and that they were timely produced?
I'm not prepared to discuss it. Probably, okay. I don't know. I'm prepared for 21-1100. That was the one that pretty much I got a request for, and I submitted all the information. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, but all right. Then I'm sorry. Just to Mr. Bajanski, on page 129 of the packet, dated May 3rd, 2022. Good morning, Cheryl. I'm attaching additional information as per my public request, 22-2361. And then on page 138, again to Cheryl, the next day, May 4th, please see the screenshot of the complaint I submitted yesterday. And that's when you refer to 22-2100. But it seems to me like the basic underlying complaint here was related to 2361.
Well, you're talking about, like, I don't know how many, is that from last year or is it this year?
You submitted the complaint in May of 2022. Am I?
Okay, so I'm talking about this year, like the last communication. I don't remember really what I submitted like a year ago, but about 6 days ago, I was asked to submit a chart for 22-1100, and that's what I did. Now, I don't know what was in the package. I saw the package today. It looks like mixed information from this year, last year. So I'm not quite sure how to respond to everything inside that package. As I said, it was better to postpone it maybe, but we already discussed it. So, I mean, I don't know at this point how to proceed.
I'm good. Thank you. Very
Okay. Just a note, Mr. Brzezinski, if you're going to send communications to our clerk and you're going to make new subject lines for them, you need to reference the file number that you want them attached to, particularly if you have multiple files open at the same time. It's very difficult for our clerk to know if you don't notate which file the material you're sending pertains to. And I mean the file number, our file number, not the next request one that we don't see.
Yeah.
So Cheryl, every time you submit a complaint, Cheryl assigns a unique file number to it that's used purely by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to track communications and documents that you submit and the respondent submits. When you make new subject lines, like I'm seeing on page 129, which is PDF page 7, and you made the subject line treasurer, tax collector violations of Government Code 6254 and Section 6254. This is the one that Member Pilpel was referencing. And then you say, I'm attaching additional information, blah, blah, blah. And you say, as per my public records request 22-2361. Nowhere in this entire email does it reference which SOTF file number this is supposed to be attached to. So Our clerk does the best she can, but there are, if you were here just 10, 20 minutes ago, you saw that we have over 100 files, and we need a way to track which file gets which communications. So that may be why you're seeing certain things in this file that don't appear that that's where you meant them. But again, I would urge you to please use our reference number when you are submitting documentation.
Yeah, that would be great. I usually put it in the body. Maybe sometimes I skip it, but for the future, I will make sure that it's in the subject line. So
Yeah, I don't see it in the subject or the body here. So that's why I think that email made it in here, which is why it's confusing some folks. Okay. Any other questions, or should we move to rebuttals? Okay, I think we're ready for rebuttals. So we're going to start with Mr. Terrell, who have 3 minutes. Then we'll move to Mr. Brzezinski, and then we will deliberate and hopefully find a resolution to this. So, Cheryl, when you're ready, please let Mr. Terrell know when he may begin.
Mr. Terrell, you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, and initially I'd just like to clarify whether I'm rebutting the argument made by petitioner with regard to complaint number 22054 and next request number 222361 or 2221100, as petitioner has stated multiple times.
The file number we have, Mr. Terrell, is for our internal file number is 22054.
Okay.
So that's our SOTF number. Like I said, there seems to be a variety of documents over the course of several days, weeks, or months that Mr. Brzezinski has sent, and I'm not sure which is which, but that is our file number. And so I know we've sent you communications when that was first filed, and so that would be the one we would be asking you to speak on.
Okay, so as I stated previously, we believe that this complaint focuses entirely on the redaction of his personal email address, and I believe I've adequately responded to that point. However, because the issue of timeliness was also raised, I will address here that we also responded to this complaint in a timely fashion. As I stated previously, there were 630 potentially responsive documents. They were reviewed, redacted, and 86 responsive records were released to the requester within 9 days of his request. So the response to the request was both timely and complete.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Terrell. And then let's go ahead and give Mr. Brzezinski 3 minutes for his rebuttal.
You ready, Mr. Brzezinski?
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so again, as I said multiple times, I'm more prepared to talk about the 221100, which concerns the timeliness of the response. I'm not sure what Mr. Terrell is referring to complete, but and for 9 days, the only thing I see is 71 days was actually a request completed in, which is well over all limits that I know that were set both from Sunshine Ordinance and from California Government Code. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brzezinski. All right, members, it's time for us to deliberate, formulate a motion, and get this resolved.
I'll make a motion to dismiss the matter, finding of no violations.
Okay, so moved by Member Schmidt to find no violation.
Mr. Chair, I have some comments to make.
Okay, we do have an active motion on the floor. I'm happy to get your comments, but I just wanted to, if we have a second, then we can get to comments.
Member Stein, I'll second it.
Okay, so seconded by Member Stein. Okay, so go ahead. We have a motion to find a violation. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein. Member Wolf, go ahead and make your comments.
Yeah, it's not pertaining to the motion, though.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Go ahead anyway.
So I just wanted to note that, and that, the concept of ex parte communications, I don't feel that was violated at all with regards to the submission of documents, which is more of a purely an administrative process. When the task force administrator in our office have received and recorded any documents from either party, then they'll be disclosed to the parties and the task force. So I just found that the respondent's note of ex parte communication to me is a little incorrect in the way we process our documentation. It's not up to the other party to have to include the other party when we're just talking about when to submit, paperwork or not, which is seemed to be the situation in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Appreciate that. Members, any other comments on this one? Not seeing any hands. Let's go ahead and open this up to public comment.
Yes, if there's anybody who would like to make public comment at this time, you can use, please raise your hand at this point in time to indicate you would like to make public comment. Okay, I'm not seeing any indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no one in the room, I will go ahead and close public comment. And I think we are ready for a vote, not seeing any other hands. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor.
Okay, 8 in favor, 2 absent. That was approved to find no violation. Thank you to both parties for joining us. We appreciate that.
Thank you, task force members.
Okay, I know it's hot in this room. I don't see anyone here. We're finished with the complaints. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. People need to get something to drink or whatever.
You want to do 11?
No, we'll get to it. Okay, so we're gonna take a 5-ish minute recess.
So do we turn these off?
Yeah, we should have, Cheryl, if you turn them off. Sullivan.
Okay.
Test.
Okay, so we are back at 7:46, and Cheryl, can you just call the roll just to verify that everyone is here? Or just, I mean, I can say that all of the people in person are here who are here. If you could just double verify that our remote member Wolf is present.
Yeah. Do you want me to call?
You don't have to call it. Just,
I see him present.
Oh, we can see him?
Yeah.
You can see him? Okay, great. I can't see so. All right, so we're all here. You can say, let the record show that everyone has returned. All 8 of us. All right, so go ahead and call the next item.
Oh, Bruce is back. Okay. Item number 11, closing pending complaint files. Hearing to consider closing the following complaint files and dismissing them without prejudice due to unresponsiveness and inactivity pursuant to Task Force Complaint Procedure C9.
Okay, folks, do you want Cheryl to read each file number or each one? Are we good?
Yeah, I can do that. Number 2.
Why don't we just read the file numbers? You don't have to read the whole name.
File numbers 19098, 20041, 20042, 20053, 20059, 20083, 20104, 21041, 21077, 21091, 21098, 21106, 21107, 21108, 21120, 21131, 21133, 21156, 22048, 22071, 22103, 22104, 22113, 22123.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Okay, so just as a background to this, for anyone who hasn't read it, the complaint procedure C9 says at the discretion of the task force administrator, complaint hearings may be delayed or scheduled before the SOTF for hearings to consider tabling the matter if the complaint if the complainant is unresponsive to communication attempts. After 6 months have elapsed and at the discretion of the administrator may inform the complainant that the complaint files will be closed unless they provide confirmation of intent to attend a hearing on a specific date. The complainant will be notified of the intent to table closed files. The matter will be scheduled before the SOTF. So, sure, these are all complaints that have been filed by the same person. It's been more than 6 months since we have received any communication from him. And as the record will show, Cheryl's taken multiple attempts to try to schedule complaint files for this individual, anonymous, and has not received any response back. So essentially, no communication since February. So this is the administrative action to close those files.
And can I just add that also because there's not been any communication, some of these have still been put on meeting agendas. So we've read for them, spent time on them, and then there's a no-show on the part of the complainant. So that to me is another reason to consider closing them, especially if it's without prejudice. They could be reopened later. But right now, I think it's using up, valuable time to no end.
Yeah.
May I ask a question? Is this the petitioner known as Anonymous Number 3?
This is, yes.
Okay, just to offer context for those who may be new or were listening, this was a petitioner who over a number of years filed many, many complaints and actually was a very interesting and engaged participant, and I think pushed some departments to follow the Sunshine Ordinance more precisely, which I would say, even though it filled up our agendas, was actually quite helpful, I think, in terms of training individuals, departments, and agencies regarding the Sunshine Ordinance. We were notified by this person that they were, quote unquote, retiring from this activity. Was it back in February or at some point many, many months?
It was in January. It was a little ambiguous at the time because he said that he would still be interested in some of his remaining files, which we then subsequently tried to schedule. And as Member Stein noticed, he was no on. So then we were like, hey,
right,
we want to schedule these. What's the thing? And then no.
Right. But just for context, that's why this all happened. It's just we didn't, and not to confuse these anonymous filings with other anonymous filings. So that's it.
And I'll also note for the record that I believe Cheryl only included anything that he sent from his certain email address, the records request to the Proton one. I believe at certain points in time, and it's anonymous, so I'm not sure, may have used a variety of different mechanisms to file complaints. I think there was a Muckrock email. I believe there were a couple other ones that he may have used over time. Obviously, we don't know if those are associated. So Unfortunately, we may end up, if he is associated with other files we couldn't identify it as being him, may end up as a no-show on future agendas. We did our best. So apologies in advance if that occurs, but these ones we identify were him.
So this is Member Stein. I'd love to make a motion to close these files without prejudice.
Okay.
I'll second.
Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member LaHood.
I have a comment.
Member Wolf and then Member Pilpel. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
I just want to go on the record to exactly echo what Member LaHood had said. I really found that this person had a very exquisite understanding and provided interesting, sometimes conjecture, sometimes argument, sometimes fact, but it really was an engaging experience despite the largesse and the amount of work that we had to go through. I just found it, the level of challenge, brought all parties, the whole process to a certain level, and I appreciated that.
Amen.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Pilpel.
Thank you. I have a couple of quick thoughts, and I think I'm with the group on this. On some of the case titles, some of the captions seem to me a little odd. Some just name names and some are misspelled and whatever. I will waive all of that. I think I get the general idea. I appreciate the background. If I would just ask if there is something like this that comes again, that's sort of a mass closure, if you will, an email from Cheryl to the complainant essentially saying this is your last chance. We're scheduling this for the task force. The task force is considering closing, Just having that sent and having that in the file would help me. I didn't sort of find that here. I found a bunch of other kind of bits and pieces, and having that excerpt from the complaint procedures that Chair Yankee read, having that one piece in the packet would give me, I heard it and I'm good with that, but would have helped me get there faster to just say, okay, that's the procedure. They've been notified. Here's the history. Good to go. That's all. But I have no objection to taking this action at this time, particularly since it's without prejudice, if the guy comes back and wants to litigate the things in the future. For presuming that's not to be the case, I'm with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Pilpel. Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment then.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this item, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3, or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. I see no indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Cheryl, when you're ready, we can take a vote on this.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye. Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Let's go ahead. And so just to let everyone know, I have a series of hearings. These are not complaint files. If at any, I put a bunch on here. These are ones that people have sent me over the years or over the months, at least, asking me put on. And we've had such hefty agendas with complaints that I figured now would be a good time to do these, particularly with our new members. If at any point, though, we feel like we want to end the meeting and continue these to another time, certainly open to that. Just didn't want, us to lose the opportunity if we had it. So if people are thinking it's getting late and want to say we've had enough, that's fine. No one's, these aren't complaint files, so we don't know what to say.
It's not late.
No, I mean right now. Not right now. But I mean, as we get through, I just wanted to throw that out there now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying do it now.
So are we on item number 12?
So yes, yep. So let's go ahead and start the hearings here with item number 12.
Item number 12, hearing Sunshine Ordinance Amendment. Consider sending a communication and/or proposing an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance regarding electronic communications by city officials and requiring the use of official city email addresses. On May 3rd, 2023, as part of the hearing for file number 21165, the full task force moved that the task force agendize for the June 2023 task force meeting an item to discuss and take possible action on recommendations for an amendment to the ordinance as we are empowered to do in 6730C as in cat regarding electronic communications by city officials. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force discussed this item at its regular meeting on June 7, 2023. No action was taken, but Chair Yankee stated that he would place this item on a future agenda.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So this is something that we discussed several times already, last being on June 7th. We didn't take any action there, but kind of came to the collective thought that we should maybe revisit this on a future date. So here we are. I believe at the time where we left off is that Member Hill had drafted a letter that we could consider sending out as a communication regarding trying to advocate for email addresses to be created. We also had discussions over, do we want to ask the board of supervisors to either amend the Sunshine Ordinance itself or some other part of the admin code to create some type of requirement that city officials be provided and use city email addresses during the course of official business. So that's where we're at. Member Hill couldn't be here tonight, but he did provide me with a copy of the letter, I believe. We had suggested some edits to it. My understanding is that those edits are incorporated in its most recent draft, so that's what the attachment is. I know Member Pilpel at the time was a public commenter and had some thoughts about proposed language. So that's kind of where we're at, and I'll turn it over to the group.
I have some questions.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So a couple of things. One is I really appreciated the detail and the context of this letter. I think the area in kind of describing the landmark case needs a little cleaning up. It was, yeah, I think correctly, it's the city of San Jose's in plural, Joses. No, unfortunately, the court didn't put an apostrophe in there, but that's the way the court records have it written. And it was against the Superior Court. Ted Smith. Reason why it's written that way is because it was a writ of mandamus. And so I think that that's an important factor because it was Mr. Smith was asking for the city of San Jose et al. To make a correction. So that was kind of the function of the lawsuit. I think that's important because in a lot of ways, that's what we try to get folks to do, is to correct when they are not in non-compliance, is to make a correction. So I think that's worth mentioning because a lot of city governments are kind of afraid of writ of mandamus because they don't want to be told by a court, that they need to follow their own law. It's a little embarrassing. So I think that's my first point on that. That I don't know, maybe there needs to be it could be mentioned in there or cleaned up in a little way, but is some interesting back and forth of how this came to be, and then it was appealed, and then it was overturned, and that might be of some interest in here. Second point is I think that boards and commissions, that description needs to be expanded to how the charter describes it in section 4.101, being quote appoint and I kind of edited it a little bit too here, appointed boards, commissions, or any deliberative or advisory body of any kind established by the charter or legislative act of the United States of America, the state of California, or the Board of Supervisors, or by ordinance, or by the voters. Because as we know, the Sunshine Ordinance had been, I guess, amended for all intents and purposes by the voters. And if we just leave it kind of open in that way, then this task force might be excluded from that. So I'm just trying to throw the kitchen sink in there. The third thing is that the email system needs to be centralized by the Department of Technology or some other representative, unbiased department. Right now, the city IT system is so decentralized, and I wish Member Hill was here because he could testify to that also. And then that way, there at least is it's some monitoring from a single body. The last thing is backups, which must be included here. We've had lots of cases with regards to this issue. We have one of our own landmark complaints with forgot his name. It was against the Rec and Park Department, where there was a request for some records, which were emails. The Rec and Park Department said they didn't have the emails. We had made a request to the Department of Technology to recover backups of those emails, which they did, and those emails were found, and there was corroboration between what the petitioner and the petitioner had from a different party, which made that petitioner's case. So I would say that backups be managed by the Department of Technology for all city and county of San Francisco branches, departments, agencies, and other bodies that are managing email accounts and systems internally. Period. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Popel.
So a number of thoughts here. I would suggest that we've got perhaps 4 different choices here. One is to send some version of this letter to city agencies, boards, commissions, departments, department heads, commission secretaries, some group of those actors. 2 is to send a communication to the Board of Supervisors proposing an amendment to the ordinance or to some other code section accomplishing the thing. 3 is to do something different, and 4 is to do nothing. I think that kind of captures it. I am inclined, at this point, I'm inclined to do none of those tonight because I'm not crazy about the way this currently reads. I'm happy to kick this for 2 weeks to the next meeting and to do some work on this. I am interested in the discussion of communication to city actors as opposed to the board, or doing both, and in the communication to the city folks referencing the communication to the board. And I'm also thinking of DCA Collins, of actually drafting legislation, and I had done some work on that. I did not bring that with me tonight. I actually think this is slow down. Requiring city agencies to issue a city email account to members of decision-making bodies, boards and commissions, and ordinance bodies, I believe could be accomplished by ordinance of the board. It's relatively straightforward. It's 3 or 4 sentences. I would not put it in the Sunshine Ordinance. I would put it somewhere else in Chapter 7 or 8 on records. Because in any event, I think that could be drafted. It's been a long time, in my experience, since the city attorney has actually drafted legislation for this body that we can forward to the board and ask to be introduced. It's happened. It just hasn't happened in a long time. Bernie Laurenti was probably the last person. Never mind. Anyway, And I think we could reference that in the communications to others. The way the letter currently reads to me is it's somewhere between advice as to how to comply, which we're empowered to do under 67.30, I think, C, and an advocacy piece like you really should do this. But it's not, I understand the intent, it's just not quite doing it for me. And I'm not sure how persuasive it's going to be and how much it's just going to get canned upon receipt. So that's why I'm thinking about how to frame this thing as opposed to doing it, which I hope we're all with doing. It's just a question of how to make it happen. That's my current thinking, but I'm open to the views of others.
Thank you, Member Pilpel. Member LaHood.
So you said some things I was thinking, but let me start from the beginning. I thought Member Wolf's comments were great. I think this is an awesome start. I think Member Wolf has a lot of both understanding of how the various pieces work, historical knowledge. I think having his input on this would be very helpful. I was going to volunteer Member Schmidt, but maybe we can get the help we need from our team of deputy city attorneys on this. I was also thinking, I don't think we should propose this as an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance because we have many, many things we need to amend in the Sunshine or that we would like to suggest amending in the Sunshine Ordinance. And I don't think this needs to be part of that. I think this could be done simply, elegantly as a separate piece of legislation, which when we go to recommend the other amendments, we could say, and to mention the language for this other legislation in the Sunshine Ordinance, which I think will be much easier than trying to do all of the other things we need to do separately. I think there's going to be a lot of support for this. And I love the idea of the task force being involved in proposing specific legislation that is discrete and separate from the Sunshine Ordinance.
It's been a long time.
Thank you, Member Hood. Yeah, I'll jump in. I totally agree with you. I think this is best done as a standalone piece. I think it's that important, and I think it has that much potential support that I would hate to see it get lost in pages of other amendments that are all over the place, right? I think this, in large part speaks for itself. Nearly everyone I've kind of told the story to just anecdotally, they're like, seriously, they don't have your own email addresses? And they're shocked to hear that this is just a common practice here, right? So totally supportive of all that. And I think you're absolutely right. I think we're all kind of on the same page, just how do we best get there and get the most attention that we can to this issue so it doesn't just get filed away somewhere. Member Stein?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's all good. I still like the idea of a letter to start because it's like a notice that we see this as an issue and we want to advise that this should happen. That doesn't preclude us from doing other kinds of things. I think since obviously there's substantive things that people still want to add, we should probably punt this a little bit after those things are added to this. I'll just say my comments are really tiny because overall I really thought everything that was in here was good. I thought the letter was a little bit circuitous. It doesn't kind of get to the point right away about what's the problem, what's the solution, what's the rationale. And I think actually even the whole way the case is discussed, I think it's probably a little too much information. I think we just need to know the upshot of what this case had to say. And I would love to see this done in a one-page letter so that it really, and have the force of what we're trying to say really be there up front. So that can't be missed, and then kind of chunk out the details of it as we go through. And then just a tiny, tiny comment. I think the letter should be written as if it's coming from the task force as a whole. Right now, it seems like a separate letter that all of us will separately sign and send off, and I would just do it with one voice.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I'll go. My turn. Okay. Thank you, Member LaHood, for your gracious nomination. I have a few comments. One is that I think a lot of this proposed letter has some great substance to it. I think there's some question as to what the vehicle should look like here. And I think the members have made similar comments. Who sends it, who to. I know that I thought that originally the item on the agenda was to talk about asking the board to make an amendment. So we're kind of talking about different vehicles. Are we talking about asking either that there be, an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance, and I do agree with Member Pilpel that a lot of this doesn't have to be a Sunshine Ordinance amendment, and in fact, that would make it a lot simpler. Then the letter itself seems to talk about amending, but it also talks about actually individual departments or I guess boards and commissions going ahead and changing their processes, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a little bit confusing that way. I do think that the idea of eventually an ordinance is probably the best goal here because it would be citywide. I think that the scope should be much broader than what's set forth here in two different ways. One is this talks about boards and commissions, and I'm wondering why we would limit it to boards and commissions. That would be a fraction of everything that's going on across the city. Now, maybe that means that it would be politically easier to just get this small fraction of what's going on, but as far as I know, every employee in the city is subject to the possible scope and the actual scope of the City of San Jose case. And so we might be able to actually do something involving all employees. That's my first scope concern. My second scope concern is that we're focusing on emails here, and to me, not knowing what these things are necessarily, having very little experience with them, but I believe that the vast amount of what we're actually interested in is in social media, in various platforms that people use. And I think there'd have to be a much clearer specification as to seeking all communications that take place in any type of platform like that. So those are the observations I think I have at this time. I think that we should figure out ways to push forward on this. I myself have one piece of what I think could be helpful, which is I have some language that I think would be useful for the city taking the San Jose case and implementing it citywide. But other aspects of what we could do, we could write letters, we could propose legislation, we could write either letters to the board or letters to, all across the city telling people what their obligations are. I don't know, but we should consider all different vehicles for communicating this very important message.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Member LaHood, then Member Patel.
So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that paid city employees all have government issued emails. Is that correct? Generally. Okay. I think the reason we were focused on boards, commissions, task force is because we don't have city issued emails. And we know that we have many counterparts who also don't have city issued emails, and that there have been issues with, in fact, what was it? The redistricting task force. They finished their work, and then members of the public were requesting records, and it was very difficult to get them because that task force they'd finished their work. And some of the people were not receiving emails requesting, and there were just a lot of complications where if the city ran the email accounts, even after people left, those email accounts could be searched, for public records request purposes. I like what you're thinking about in terms of other modes of communication. I believe the Sunshine Ordinance it does cover that. I think we're solving one problem within a suite of issues, and this is the easy one to solve. I mean, you're right. There are probably forms. I mean, how long have we had Slack? I mean, there are modes of communicating by messaging that have only existed for the past couple of years, and we're not going to predict the ones that have not even been thought of yet. So I like your thinking, but I think we can do something specific, relevant right now, focusing on the emails.
Member Popel, and then Member Schmidt.
I think the short answer for all of us is yes. It seems to me like email is a form of communication which is now generally being used by many people, not everyone. I don't know enough about the various aspects of social media, and I know enough about texting, but I don't know enough about DMing and thising and thating and whatever, the kids these days. But the advantage to an ordinance is then you change the code, and if circumstances change in 5 or 10 years, you go back and you change the code again because technology is advanced. We've abandoned email. I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, I'm sure we've got a fax machine phone number, but there are very few people these days that are using fax machines. It doesn't mean that they're bad. It's just, okay. So to get out of this, as you know, they say, I would be willing to volunteer to work with DCA Collins or whoever else on the team to propose draft language. I have it at home. I think I read it into the record of one of our meetings a while back. It's pretty straightforward. I would encourage the city attorney's office to consult with the government team, Zarefsky, Manu, whoever, whatever, and come up with something. If you can approve it as to form and bring it to us, we can discuss it if there are things that we don't like or want to futz with. So I'm happy to take on that particular piece. I would be willing, but I am not wanting to take on the piece about the letter. If someone else wants to do another draft of the letter and reference that we're proposing legislation, but and part of the problem is, as we well know, the city is consistently inconsistent about any number of things. So some city agencies issue email addresses because they have the resources, because that's their practice and protocol, and they just do that. And others say, no, we don't. You're on your own. And in some cases, those are decision-making bodies. In other cases, they're advisory bodies. It's all over the place. And I think what we're trying to achieve here is some more consistency, at least as to decision-making bodies, where the records of communications related to city business is incredibly important as compared to some advisory body that's of short duration, whose recommendations go through 3 more levels before they get anywhere, if they get anywhere. So I think, again, what I'm saying is yes. And so I'm happy to volunteer on that piece, and perhaps we can do something else on that. And at the end of this, continue this to the next meeting for an update on where we're at, and hopefully bring both pieces together.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Hang on. I have Member Schmidt first, and I'll get to you, Member Wolf. Member Schmidt.
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so a couple things. I agree with the concept of making an amendment to something, or creating a new ordinance or what have you. And here's the reason why. Law has power, whether it comes in the form of an ordinance or a ballot initiative or what have you. That is what city government is going to pay attention to, because that is what the city attorney is going to demand that they follow. A advisory letter from us is not binding, but an ordinance is. And I think that that has a lot of gravity. And if we have the ability to recommend, convince, influence it with the Board of Supervisors, then I think we should do that. Public records is very important to us, obviously. A lot of this also came up with not just about email, but text messaging. A lot of text messaging was going kind of behind a curtain that cannot be reopened because certain text messaging apps just start deleting the messages as you start writing them. So there's no record. So even if you were to try to impose Smith versus San Jose, the information of those apps, poof, gone. So, having something like this, making it real for the city family, I think is really important. The second thing is familiarize yourself with what's happening in Los Angeles right now. There's a lot of open government violations and noncompliance that is happening that is part of that legal explosion going on with city officials in Los Angeles. And a lot of it stems from exactly this particular issue, the context of this issue. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
Not going to solve everything.
Yeah, I'm going to actually, kind of jump on what you just said. I totally agree. I think that, and some of us have mentioned, we kind of have a two prongs to consider here. Do we want to write a letter? Do we want to, have an ordinance suggestion or some combination thereof? I'm kind of the opinion personally that, like you said, Member Wolf, that the ordinance is going to have a lot more weight than us sending off some type of advisory letter. So I would say that I think we should focus our effort first on trying to get some language finalized. And I think it needs to be, pretty simple, which is, city officials should have email addresses created and they should be compelled to conduct city business on those email addresses, right? I think that's pretty straightforward. I think nearly anyone can kind of get behind that concept. I think once we get that and send that off to the board and ask them to consider it, perhaps at that point, that's the time to work on the letter and say, hey, we sent this off to the board. This is why we think it's a good idea. We would appreciate your support or what have you. But those are my thoughts. I think it'd be great if we can help Member Sugarman. Yeah.
Hi. So I just have a couple of questions and comments. One thing is, of course, I support the creation of email addresses for this board. But looking at the letter, it seems like in terms of when you're discussing rewriting it or changing it, that maybe you don't focus necessarily as much on San Jose, only in the sense that it says in this letter that here, when we hold a city employee personal account, communicate about the conduct of public business, the writings may be subject to disclosure. So in creating a city email account, that doesn't really preclude people from still communicating about official business on their private ones. So like that, like precedent to me is not necessarily like it doesn't necessarily like fix the entire thing. But in terms of, I just have a question in terms of like what to do, like in terms of writing a letter or if you want to amend something, what has been done so far?
On this, not much. Actually, I'll give you just a little, because I think everyone here kind of has the background of it. And, I'll kind of, try to bring you up to speed. So we had a series of cases where people were looking for public records related to emails, right? So one of them were emails related to the redistricting task force. And I think one or two of the members had an email address created and the rest of them said, don't bother, I'm just going to use my personal one, right? So then redistricting task force has a deadline. They're no longer in effect after it's approved. And so then afterwards, there were some people who wanted to see those emails and trying to get them, have the city try to get them was very challenging because they were stored on a Gmail, a Yahoo, whatever it is that they happen to use, right? So that's one issue, right? Then there's another issue where we had an elections commissioner, I believe, who was provided a city email address and said for whatever reason he didn't want to use that one, so he used his personal one for city business, right? And so again, he left his term. City goes searches his official government email account. There's basically nothing in there. Trying to track someone down after they left city service to try to get those emails under Smith versus San Jose was troubling, right? So I think you're absolutely right. It's not just creating in the library, right? Which is the last one that did this, where we had someone who wanted to get the email addresses of library commissioners so that he could send them public correspondence, advocate for whatever his position was. And the library said, we're not going to give you the email addresses of the library commissioners. They are using their personal email addresses, and privacy protection says that we can't give you their email addresses. And he said, no, I want to be able to communicate with my, city officials. And so you should give it to me. And so we said you had to compel, that if they decided to basically use their personal address as a de facto official address and start doing city business under them, then they have to then disclose it. I don't think that's been done, but that's, a lot of these problems that we just talked about would be solved if people were all given the city email address and and the second problem, it's not just having it, but having to use it also. So that's kind of, I think, what we were trying to, and anyone jump in if I missed something, but I think that's kind of the gist of what we were trying to solve with this. Right now, obviously our group, we don't even have city email addresses, but there are a lot of them out there that do have them and just aren't using them. So it's kind of trying to tackle both of those issues.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, remember
I'll
Wolf?
just say that we used to have business cards, actually. That means anything.
I still have my box at home. I will be finding it and reusing it. So again, I will volunteer on the legislative piece. Maybe that's the thing that we should work on first and then figure out how to recraft the letter. Because now in thinking about it, maybe if we redirect most of the letter as a transmittal to the board attaching the legislation, because it kind of argues for the legislation and here's why. And that would be different from a subsequent communication to city departments saying, well, this is working through. Here is our interim advice. For those of you that haven't, go figure it out, spend the $100 a year and just set up an email address and we'll leave you, just do the right thing. I mean, there are a lot of big problems in the world and in the city. This is actually not a big problem to solve. It's like, Okay, anyway, so I will volunteer to do that. Do we need an action?
Yeah, so
to
collectively, do we have an idea of where we want to move as a group? What action we want to take next? When you want me to reschedule this on the agenda? What's everyone's thoughts? I'm happy to do whatever. I'll just note that the next meeting is 15 days away. That might be fairly fast. Was that
Too soon.
too soon? Yeah, I think that might be a little bit too soon to get anything on September, just because, particularly if we're going to ask our DCAs to review language, that might be pretty fast.
Well,
I was just going to say, agreed to have Member Pilpel formulate a draft and just continue to the call of the chair. Simple as that.
Yeah, we could do that.
is that a motion?
That was a motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Highland
Second.
to. All right, thanks, Member Wolf. To authorize Member Pilpel to work with legal counsel to draft proposed language. How do I want to say it? On city email addresses and continue the matter to the call of the chair. Does that work?
Yeah,
Everyone?
and I would just commit to, yes, do that. We can talk tomorrow. You're around. If we can cook up even a first draft in a week, which may be possible because this is very small and it may not be final, then maybe we can bring it back for further discussion at the end of the agenda for September. And if it's not ready, then for October.
Yes. So let me know.
We're on it.
Move my Member Highlands, like Member Wolf. Yeah, Member Pilpel, let me know by probably like mid next week if you want it on September. Okay.
Chop.
Okay. So I think we got a motion, a plan at least to move this to the next stage. Any other comments before we move to public comment? All right. Seeing no hands, let's go move to public comment on that.
I am just double checking. If anyone would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. If you're on the telephone, it's *3. Otherwise, use the application to raise your hand. I am seeing no raised hands at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. And there's no one in the room with us. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. And I think we're ready for a vote. So Cheryl, go ahead and take the vote when you're ready.
Member Highland?
All right.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye, and I thought I seconded.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. That Member Wolf was the seconder, so he should be read second when you take the vote tally. So that's moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf.
Oh, I thought David had, all right. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye.
And if you could just read the vote total.
Got it. Member Hyland will work with legal counsel to draft.
No. Member Pilpel. Okay. Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf, to authorize Member Pilpel to work with legal counsel
And continue the item.
and to work with legal counsel on proposed ordinance language regarding city email addresses and to continue the matter to the call of the chair. You ready, Cheryl? We good?
Yeah.
Okay.
To, close city email. And to work with legal counsel to draft this letter.
No.
It's not a letter.
It's not a letter. To draft a proposed ordinance regarding city email addresses.
And continue to the call of the chair.
Yep. Okay, I think we're good on this item. Thanks, everyone. That was a good discussion. And we're kind of moving along on schedule, so that's great. So let's go ahead and move to item number 13.
Item number 13, Sunshine Ordinance Amendment. Consider proposing an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance regarding the requirements in Administrative Code 6730A that the task force shall include at least one member who shall be a member of the public who is physically handicapped. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force initially discussed this item at its regular meeting on June 7, 2023. No action was taken, but Chair Yankee stated he would place this item on a future agenda.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So just to kind of bring everyone up to speed, particularly the new members, this kind of got started by a request from the Mayor's Office on Disability. It found that there's a requirement to the Sunshine Ordinance that a member of the Sunshine Ordinance, quote, shall be a member of the public who is physically handicapped. They kind of requested that we propose to the board that we change who is physically handicapped to instead say with a disability. We had discussion about whether that was a substantive or a non-substantive change. If it really changes the intent of the Sunshine Ordinance, that might not be something that the board alone can do, since this is a voter-initiated ordinance. That might have to go back to the voters. I believe Mr. Pilpel at the time, who's now member Pilpel, talked about how it used to say with a disability that the more recent version of the Sunshine Ordinance, I think passed in 99, changed that from disability to physically handicapped, which suggests that there may have been some type of substantive reason behind that wording change.
But that's what the voters did.
That's what the voters did. So we kind of left that out there. We thought we moved on with the agenda. Thought we'd give it some time for everyone to think about it. There was some thought maybe we say who is physically disabled, right? Because this disabled might be more encompassing than physically disabled, and thus a substantive change of the ordinance. So I said I would bring it back. That's where we're at. Or we could do this as a standalone thing. We can see if what CAC is wants to include this with the other amendments, but that's where we're at. So I'll leave it at that. And if anyone wants to jump in, we can take it from there.
Member Wolf.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
So a couple of things. One is I agree with you on your suggestions that we don't know why necessarily specifically it needed to be physically disability, so to speak. The word handicap has all kinds of connotations, as we know. But the whether to physically or not to physically is the question, I guess. But my larger concern is what is happening right now with regards to how the appointment for a person with this status has, because now it's being interpreted that it's not just going to be necessarily the one seat that requires it, but that it could be anyone on the task force. Okay. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because if that is the way that things are going to go, and we're looking for an amendment for this, there's people can have disabilities, but have absolutely no lens for disability issues, and except maybe for their own personal experience. And we have nearly half the board that is from representative organizations that have a very specific lens, and they have nominated, and those people have been appointed to provide that lens as they make their decisions on this task force. For all the years that I've been on the task force since 2005, we have always had somebody with a disability that was from some representative group or had some expertise in the community or with regards to the law around disability. And I feel very strongly that should not be lost. So if we're going to ask for an amendment, and there's going to be this regard that it could be any one person on the task force having a disability, I don't want it to be tokenized. And I say that with emphasis because it's a protected class. And I think that it's important that at least one member, and it could remain that seat 11, should be nominated from a representative disability organization that's concerned with access to public records, public meetings, barrier removal, and the ADA and other similar federal, state, and local laws. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Other members? Member Popo?
I've already spoken on this a number of times prior to my return to the task force. I don't really want to belabor that right now. I don't want to engage in a long debate or discussion with Member Wolf, who I respect but slightly disagree with on this point. For me, I think when we get to the next item and talk about how the CAC is dealing with the amendments, it seems to me like, among other things, the ordinance and possible amendments relate to the in general section, Article 1, meetings, records, policy implementation, enforcement, and the composition and powers and duties of this task force. It is not a minor issue, but in my view, it is not any more significant or less significant than the other components of the ordinance. And I am not particularly comfortable or interested in moving an amendment to change one word or two words related to this particular description of the membership of this task force without getting into all of those other things. Because I think, as Member Schmidt pointed out on the previous item, it either gets lost or marginalized or doesn't get, or it gets dealt with only in that narrow context, which is important. It's not unimportant, but I think it loses the fairly important discussion that I don't think we've had yet and should have, and the Board of Supervisors should have, and the public should have, about the basic composition of this body in general. And I don't think we're ready for that yet. So I just think this, I understand the concern. I'm not insensitive to it. I just think it is premature, and it should go in as an item to be discussed relative to the overall composition of this body.
Thank you. Member Sugarman?
Okay, so this is just something to put into the conversation of how to decide this. I personally am feeling something about this item. because I consider myself a person with a disability, not one that I want to put into the public record, but one that I will, more than willing to share with the board when we're not like on the record about it. However, the relevant point actually is that there are actually two. One is that I brought it up in my application, and I also brought it up again because it came up during my appointment hearing, actually, and I called afterward to mention this condition with a member of the board. And I was told specifically in that instance that what I was describing, my condition, did not qualify specifically because it was not a physical disability. So for example, if I wasn't in a wheelchair or if I didn't need some walking assistance or some other physical disability. And in that way, I think that the point was described to me that it had to do with disability access. So like access to the building, for example. So in that way, I don't know how you want to change it, or how you want to address the issue, but it is something where this language is creating that specific definition class. The second point is just not really related. It's within the same conversation, and it was already dealt with. But I had disclosed within my application, again, the disability, and it was immediately made public, which I didn't know was like going to happen. So that's just like something else to like, and the board very graciously dealt with it. I was grateful for how they handled it. I just want to mention that as like in terms of like how you want to necessarily address this language in terms of people who are applying for something like this.
Those are great points. Thank you, Member Sugarman.
Yeah.
Member Schmidt?
I can't believe that somebody would have responded with the idea that it only has to do with facilities. I'm not sure who you spoke with, but that seems just viscerally wrong. I don't see how they could take the language that's in this provision and somehow try to limit that. Unfortunately, that's what they said to you, but I would say to you, if we were considering the idea, that's certainly not something that I would be amenable to. Also, yes, this is a situation for many people where they don't necessarily want to broadcast. They don't necessarily want to put themselves in a situation where they have to disclose to people that any number of people. And so there should be a better process for protecting people who would seek to somehow, qualify for it. It's not necessarily a type of description of a seat or a board membership that you see very often. I'm sure it's out there in a few places, but it really is people need to realize that there's going to have to be some nuances in how we decide who would qualify and who would not qualify. And there needs to be a better process. And that's something that I think probably has to be up to us, because this would be a member who sits on this board. We need to be aware of what's going on with people asking questions, people disclosing, because I wouldn't want to just have people thinking that they got to go to the Board of Supervisors and just start telling everyone something that they don't legally need to tell people. So that's extremely disturbing to me. One, that they told you that, and two, that you couldn't put it through the Board of Supervisors, and have somebody there who understood the sensitive nature of this information. And I mean, cities everywhere, they have people who understand how this kind of thing is done, and they figured out the right way to do it. I can't believe that it would be done so ignorantly in the process that you went through. That's all.
Thank you,
Mr.
Member. Member Wolf?
Yeah, I agree with, the sentiments that everybody has put forward, including Member Schmidt's last comments. The purpose of seat 11 being designated as a disability seat is so that there's a deliberate action upon a person to reveal that they have a disability. Okay, that is that question for there to be like a checkbox to say, do you have a disability, and for that then become a matter of public record is absolutely, I agree, incorrect. That kind of blows HIPAA out of the water. So I think it's really to be honest with you, I think the Board of Supervisors, through its Rules Committee, needs to be very careful when it comes to making determinations around people with disabilities for the purpose of assuring that a person with a disability is on this body. And I'll not repeat them, but for the reasons that I brought up before, and so that there is that lens that we're concerned about. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Stein?
So I realize like a host of issues are being discussed around this. Is it not working? I realize there's a host of issues being discussed around this, and I can see a value of making it part of a larger discussion if we're looking at amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. But I also think it's relatively easy for us to go ahead and just change the language a teeny tiny bit, following the recommendation of the Mayor's Office of Disability. And I would feel perfectly comfortable saying a member of the public with a physical disability, because I don't think it changes the intent of the voters. And that doesn't preclude us from going forward and like sort of looking at, the composition of the task force. And then I also just wanted to say another thing that we can maybe look at with this just internally is, if there are some organizations out there that are advocacy organizations for people with physical or other disabilities that we could try to partner with to have them suggest nominees to us in the same way that we partner with the Society of Professional Journalists or the League of Women Voters. That could also help ensure that we get someone who's part of the disability community and understands what those issues are and has done advocacy for those issues. So I just want to say I'm not at all opposed to accepting this language and even, adding physical disability so that we keep the physical component there and we don't really change it from the what's in the ordinance, except for to get rid of a word that's offensive to some people. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Member Stein. And yeah, I'll kind of, to your point, bring up that we really don't have a good organization to help with this, right? So that's why I believe the clerk of the board's office reached out to the mayor's office on disability to try to help recruitment and get someone for this seat. And essentially, it came to that they didn't feel comfortable, in fact, recruiting using this existing language. And so they asked us to change it, or to at least okay the fact they might send out a recruitment notice, for lack of a better term, that uses not the word handicapped.
So are they not okay with physical disability?
They had suggested just with a disability. Mm-hmm. Now, if I recall from our last meeting on this, that the DCA cautioned us about removing the word physically, that may, for better, for worse, whatever, that would be a more substantive change, right? And that if we were to recommend that type of language, that's not something the board themselves could pass. That would have to go on a ballot and be passed by the voters. That's, I think, the simple thing that the board could kind of use as cleanup language, right? So I think that's a good point. I think, I think we have a choice of, do we want to, if we're going to go to the voters and ask for voters to approve a whole host of amendments, is this something that should go through that process and be included? We could, ask if they clean up just that one word, the handicapped, and change it to disability. And I think that, at least if I recall correctly, our legal counsel said that they, at least preliminarily, thought that that's something that the board themselves could do and would not have to go to the voters. I think there's another option. We could try to put just this and say to the board, this is just so super important. Please put this before the voters just to clean this up. I mean, that's, I suppose, another idea that we could do. So I think those are some of the various options that we have available to us. I'm not sure what we want to take. Yeah, Member Wolf.
Yeah, just real quick. I just want to echo, this point. I think it's fine to just change the word handicap to disability, leaving the word physically in there if there's not a clear consensus from the city attorney's office, our own DCA with regards to the ethical firewall to do that. I also want to say, if you were looking for disability organizations, I wish you would have contacted me about that, being the disability representative here. I can rattle off 4 or 5 different organizations that are highly reputable, that focus on disability rights and advocacy, that could have been asked or inquired with, and as part of my retirement from the task force, I have activated them so that we can actually have some folks to apply for the seat. It's very difficult to get people with disabilities to come on this task force with the amount of work and the amount of meetings that people need, and and hours that people have to sit through. It's kind of a known factor in the disability community. So I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Yep. Thank you, Member Wolf. And I know that you had told me that you were exploring those as well. I think the clerk of the board's office was doing this in addition, because they hadn't received any applications through the outreach efforts that you had done. But we're, certainly appreciative of all that, and hopefully we can find the folks who want to devote the amount of time it takes. And you're absolutely right. It does take a lot of time to be on this board. Who else is he? Member Schmidt, Member Pilpel. Anyone else? And let's try to, then Member Stein, then we'll try to wrap this one up.
Yeah, I do think that the change from eliminating the word physical, we probably shouldn't go quite that far, because it does feel to me also, as to legal counsel, that is arguably a substantive change. It seems to me that, though, the other change we might want to consider just, going along with the request of the mayor's office of disability. I think we should submit this where, if it is a request to the board to make an amendment, they know that this is coming from both organizations. But, as long as that is somewhere in the paperwork, it's something I definitely support.
Thank you, Member Schmidt, Member Pilpel, and then Member Stein, and then I think we're going to try to wrap this one up.
I was going to either move or support filing this hearing at some point. I am sort of moved by the discussion to be supportive of language, and DCA, Collins, if you could just take a look at the one pager for a second. That absent anything else in the world, that would read at least one member who shall be a member of the public who has a physical disability and who has demonstrated interest in blah, blah, blah. I think that would likely accomplish the getting rid of the word handicapped without changing the underlying intent. I get that it is contrary to it's not entirely contrary to the voters' intent in Prop G in 1999. However, even if we were to propose that and go through the board, there's a whole process to do all of that. What I was going to suggest is if we still put this with CAC to consider in its amendment process and talk about the timeline, maybe soon, if that amendment process has not evolved to yield the big package by April or when we do our next annual report, that we highlight in our next annual report that particular fix, and for that matter, anything else that may have already come out of the CAC process as being absolutely consensus things that are non-substantive, that we would argue are non-substantive. So we're not just proposing an ordinance to change 3 words. So that's now where I am. But again, I'm open to different things. If there's consensus around that, I'm happy to move that as close the file with that direction to CAC, with that understanding that something would move on this by April with our next annual report to give us a little oomph to do something.
Okay, Member Stein, then you, okay. Member Stein?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we don't have organizations that we're already, close to that would help find these, somebody fill this kind of position, I would love for Member Wolf to send this maybe, I don't know if our education and outreach group would do something like this, but just when there are vacancies, we should be sending emails with a notice of these vacancies in this position, and maybe even making a phone call to some of the organizations that you are aware of that might have people that can do this. But I want to say, I think it's a really easy, quick fix to adopt this language, just adding physical. I mean, I wouldn't change anything in what the Mayor's Office of Disability recommended, except for to put the word physical in front of disability, with a physical disability. And then however long it takes to get to whatever amendments there are, we can be working on that, but we've at least fixed this small piece, which is not ideal right now. And I guess I'll just say to that end, we'll see if this goes anywhere, I will make a motion that we accept this language, but we use the language with a physical disability if it's something that our legal counsel thinks is possible.
I'm confused. When you say accept the language and then do what with it?
Just accept it as something that we believe should be changed in the Sunshine Ordinance.
Right, but we can't change the Sunshine Ordinance on our own.
No, but we can just say that we believe this change should happen.
And how would we do that? Sorry.
I just think it would just be a motion that we pass, that we agree that this is acceptable language for now. If we want to go ahead and change it later, we can, but this is what's been recommended by the Mayor's Office of Disability.
So this is like a philosophical support of language change, whatever mechanism, like whatever we decide to do with it later.
Mr. Chair.
I suppose.
Or are you saying we should actively send this proposal to the board like tomorrow after our meeting and say, please do this?
That's where I thought we were going.
Yeah, that's where I thought we were.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Member Wolf, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say the only message that I think we need to send to the Board of Supervisors is, can you please change the word handicapped to disability?
Or, right. I mean, there's 4 words that need to be changed. It's what Member Pilpel said. We change who is physically handicapped to who has a physical disability.
I would
Why not
either
with
way.
physical disability, since that's the language that they recommended?
Sorry, I think Member Wolf was.
I just want to say it. I would leave it up to the attorneys to determine what the correct verbiage should be, but that we want the word handicap to be eradicated and to be replaced with the word disability.
I mean,
is DCA Kelly Collins, and as we spoke about previously, changing the word from disability or from handicap to disability, our office doesn't think that's going to be problematic as a substantive change, as long as we keep physical in there. Somewhere, I think, the semantics of the exact 5 words can probably get hammered out through the Board of Supervisors process.
Member Schmidt?
Member Stein, if your motion included that we make a request to the board to pass an amendment to the ordinance with this language, I would certainly second it. I think I'd certainly think there may be many members. Is that part of your motion? Okay.
Okay, so just to make sure, I'll put the motion up. So you're moving to propose to the board a change to the Sunshine Ordinance
Change to 67.30A.
Right. to replace the word handicapped with,
No, I mean to actually follow what they've said here, except for
with physical
it would say
disability.
at all times the task force shall include at least one member who shall be a member of the public with a physical disability and who has demonstrated interest in citizen access.
Okay, so with the
Yeah.
change who is physically handicapped to with a physical disability.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, did we want to designate a person to take that on? I didn't know, Member Wolf, since you're the disability representative,
I'm happy to do it. I'm
Okay.
happy to do it.
Well, so that's my motion.
Okay,
So
Oh, hang on a second.
is your motion to include Member Wolf or just to make the motion in general?
Oh, no, just the motion in
Okay.
general that we.
Who started the motion again? Member?
Member Stein, so I'll let her reread it.
Okay, so I move that we, following the Mayor's Office on Disabilities recommendation, but with a slight change to say that, to tell the Board of Supervisors that we want to amend section 67.30A of the Administrative Code to read, at all times, the task force shall include at least one member who shall be a member of the public with a physical disability. And then the rest of the sentence, and who has demonstrated interest in citizen access and participation in local government. So we're just adding to their proposed change with a physical disability.
Who has a demonstrated what?
Interest in citizen access and participation in local government.
Okay, so that's moved by Member Stein. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Member Schmidt seconded, I thought.
Did you?
I didn't second yet, but I'll let Member Wolf
Okay.
second. Can I just?
So Member Wolf seconded, and then
Yeah.
go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Okay. I just want to clarify that the following words are either included or not included. We are, as a task force, we're recommending that the board make an amendment. Is that what you want to do here?
Yes.
Okay.
And they are allowed to make
Right.
non-substantive changes.
Right. The board alone can make non-substantive changes like they did. The last time they did this is when seat 4 was a nominated seat by an organization that no longer existed. And so they replaced the seat with, I believe.
It was New America Media, which no longer exists,
Yes.
and they asked the Society of Professional Journalists to take over responsibility for nominating for that seat, but with the same requirements for the seat.
Right. Right. So yeah, that was the I think a substantive change just as a broader, obviously example would be like, currently it's 10 days you can do public records. Let's change it to 20 days, right? That would be obviously a substantive change that they can't go into there.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I've got this right. Laura moves, Bruce second, that the following what the Mayor's Office on Disability, that we want to amend section 6730,
A.
30A.
I mean, it's all in the letter, Cheryl, on page 3 of item 13.
To read that at all times the task force shall include one member.
At least one member.
Shall include.
Cheryl, I would recommend just looking at the attachment and literally grabbing the words from there instead of trying to type it live. It's just, they already crossed out who is physically handicapped, so it's just crossing out who's physically handicapped, replacing it with a, and then as Member Stein pointed out.
With a physical disability. So you're just adding one word to their proposed change.
And DCA Collins, you're comfortable?
right, fine.
So,
Okay, go ahead, member.
okay, so I get where the group is. I may still vote no, and let me briefly explain why. I think I find some irony in my view, the amount of time, money, and effort to calendar and process this is probably far more than it would cost the city to just give us all email accounts, or do any number of other things that we might think are good or arguably a higher priority. And I worry, quite frankly, I take Member Sugarman's point about different types of abilities and disabilities. I don't know that that gets addressed here. I think that also should go in the big soup of member qualifications for a future discussion. But I do worry that advocates for other perspectives in the city, whether it's immigrant rights or people from the Richmond or underpaid restaurant workers or any number of constituencies in the city might, not necessarily will, but might glom onto this and say, well, why are we changing this to fix that without adding 14 more members to this task force, whatever. I think it, although it appears to solve a very narrow, problematic piece of language, I think it may open up any number of other things and at a minimum suggest, well, why are we focused on this rather than the bigger package of amendments that we all know needs to get attended to. I don't, anyway, I just, what did they say? I just think the optics for me aren't that great on this right now. I'm not averse to doing this.
Member Sugarman?
Thank you. I think the word handicap is offensive to a lot of people.
I agree with that.
And I also, I respect your position. I also think, though, that if diversity were an issue that were important to other groups, that first of all, they should be able to raise them. But second of all, they may have already done that at any point that this has already been in existence for as long as it has been. That's all.
Thank you, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, and I'm just speaking to cleaning up the language on this so we get it right. Okay. So as a task force, we're recommending, or we could say requesting, whichever you choose, but I believe we talked about recommending that the board amend the ordinance. So I think that if we have that language in there, they're going to know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's, I accept that as a,
Cheryl, do you want me to give that to you again?
Yeah, I'll recommend that the board
amend
the ordinance.
the ordinance. Okay.
I would make sure it says in accord also with the suggestion, the recommendation by the mayor's office on disability. So it's not just us, it's the mayor's office on disability and the task force recommend that they make this change.
Yeah, none of that changes. I just wanted to get the operative 4 words in there.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, I would like to support this motion. Even though there are lots of other things we're considering for other amendments, this is specifically to remove a word that some people find offensive. This is a very easy change that we can request now. We can have further discussions about other things we want to do, but I do think this is something we should take care of now because it might take 6 months or longer for us to get through everything else. And I think it's within the scope of things that we can do and request. And since we were asked to do this by the mayor's office on disability and it's not a substantive change, I think we should try to move it through as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Member LaHood. Yeah, at the end of the day, I agree. I think this is so non-controversial. I can't see this taking much time at all from the board. I mean, obviously it takes some time administratively to do these things, but this is not something I think that needs to lag. I think when the whole group of amendments comes from your group, there's probably things we want to pick and choose and discuss and parse out and all that. And this is something that obviously is timely. This request came in May. we've heard from numerous people about why they find this offensive. I think let's just clean it up. So, last time, and then we need to get to a vote here.
I just want to ask on the mechanics, if this motion passes, which it seems like it will, are we implicitly asking the city attorney to draft this? And are we not necessarily explicitly, but again, implicitly authorizing you to prepare a letter to forward this to the board, or does it need to come back?
My understanding is
the
that
mechanics of making this.
I believe Member Wolf is going to communicate, has volunteered to communicate this to the board.
So there will be no legislation
There's no legislation.
created, nor are we authorizing a letter. We're just expressing the support of the task force.
That we're
for the
recommending
idea.
that
For
We
the,
are kind of, we're authorizing Member Wolf to write the letter that conveys this recommendation.
this
for him to write it and for you to sign it? I mean,
no, it doesn't mean to sign him. He can
for him to write.
As a task
Okay.
force, we're making this
Yeah,
recommendation.
I mean, I think it, to your point, Member Wolf, it has to be whatever communication you send, obviously has to be narrowly tailored to what's just been passed and can't have additional commentary. I mean, unless you want to write your own letter simply from the task force. I know you expressed a variety of other ideas. I'm not saying they're good, bad, or whatever, but that's not part of the motion, right? So,
But let's just be clear. When there was a call for it to have me do it, I agreed. I didn't ask to do it. So if you so want me to do it, I will do it in the way that's representative of all of us here.
perfect. Great. I think that would be terrific. Okay, I think we're all clear on where we're at on this. Okay, so I think we're ready for a vote. Public comment.
Yes. If anyone would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. If you're using the application, you can otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make public comment. I'll give everyone a few moments. I see no indications for public comment on this matter.
Okay, and see no one here in the room, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And I think we're ready for our vote. So Cheryl, could you call the roll?
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Pilpel?
No,
What'd you say?
no.
No. Member Pilpel, no. Vice Chair Wong, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2. 7 in favor, 1 no.
Okay, and 2 absent.
2 absent, yeah.
Okay, I think that's where we're at this item now. We can move on to the next item unless anyone needs a break. Let me know. Are we good? Anyone? Okay, we'll move on. Okay,
We reading number 14?
let's go to number 14.
Okay. Item number 14, Sunshine Ordinance Amendment Process. Receive an update from the Compliance and Amendments Committee regarding their work considering various amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance and discuss a potential timeline for consideration and action by the full task force.
Thank you, Cheryl. Maybe this should have come first, but I'm going to turn this over to Compliance and Amendments Chair LaHood to kind of give us an update. I know they've been doing a lot of work, and just this is a discussion only item. Nothing we don't know actually need to take, but I think it's
Right.
kind of good for us to know where we're at.
Right. So just to update everyone, at the past several compliance and amendment committee meetings, except the one we had today, which was an abbreviated meeting, we have been looking at the ordinance and we're going through it systematically. We're taking comments from members of the public. We actually had sort of two sessions where there were open-ended suggestions, and now we're going through it systematically. Because we still have other responsibilities, we're taking this in chunks, and I think it's going to take us probably 2 to 3 more meetings. If we can get through it in October and December, I think that would be ideal, because then we could report back to the board in January with where we are, and then maybe continue refining things. And I think someone had said, or in fact, it might have been Member Pilpel, could we get this done by April? I think that's a reasonable timeline. I don't think we're going to get through it any faster. And it might take longer depending on other caseload issues. But we've had lots of interesting comments and response. And I think the further we get through in this process, I think we're going to see more coalescing. But I think we need to get through that process. And I think we're going to need to come to the full task force a couple of times in order to move the whole process forward. But that's my update.
Great. Couple things on that. We just talked about kind of earlier in the thing about the December meeting, right? So
right. So we need a
that,
different meeting.
Right. So that's what I was going to say. So if there's anything I can do to advocate, like I talked about, that we obviously kind of have been told limited amount of meetings and so forth and so on. I think this clearly has a deadline, right? If we miss the deadline, then we're 2 years longer before we get into the ballot because we no longer have odd-year elections, right? So if we skip November, and I don't know off the top of my head what the deadlines are for the November.
Does anyone know the deadline?
Does anyone know?
Yeah, generally. You're talking about November of
24. Yeah.
November of 24.
It's going to be an interesting ballot.
Yeah. Aren't they all? Yes. Basically, an ordinance would need to be introduced at the board by May, June. There's a late deadline for July, but I don't think we want to risk that. But that's like an order to submit. This is the kind of thing that even when it leaves here, isn't just going to be a 5-minute production across the hall. So I would anticipate some amount of time, and it's entirely possible that even if we come up with something fantastic, that and it may not make November of 24. I'm just being realistic.
Yeah.
That's if it has to go to the voters.
Right. So I think that's to that point. So I think if there's anything I can do to either make sure if you need additional meeting slots to advocate with the clerk of the board's office, if we think as a group that once it comes to us that we maybe need a special meeting, so we can focus on this. Right?
I'm going to say no. The task force might need a special meeting for this because this is not trivial.
And I think that, and to that point, I'm going to add two more things. I think the more, I think we have to do kind of way two things, right? If we try to include every idea out there, it makes it that much more potentially controversial. Right. Which means there's that many more pitfalls, there's that many more obstacles to overcome, that much more delay. Right. So I think at some point we're going to have to decide, do we coalesce around what we'll call the consensus items, ones that we could all get behind, right? Like we just kind of talked about, right? There's obviously faulty language here, but there's going to be ones that should records have to be turned over in 8 days or 7 days, right? You might get, departments saying, well, that's undoable, right? I've seen various versions floating around. And so I think at some point we're going to have to make that decision of, do we go for efficiency and get the low hanging fruit? If we try to get the everything, how might that affect the time?
Yeah, I mean, I might ask for Member Wolf's opinion on this too, because he's been involved in many of those conversations, but maybe we should be thinking about two columns, like must have and nice to have.
Yeah, something like that.
And at a certain point, deciding what really is in the must have column.
Yeah, because I think to Member Pilpel's point, the more that we have controversial things, then it may even get held up at the board. So even if we get it out by April and all of us agree, or a majority of us agree, that might get it held up months more and get various groups for or against and change things. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Go ahead.
Couple of quick things. I really don't want to go on at length about this. There was a version years ago, and I probably mentioned Ernie Laurenti a while back, that was literally 100 pages or 112 pages of amendments that was, I think it actually was approved as to form. Feel free to go back in the file and find that one. But it had all kinds of, I would argue, interesting ideas, some convoluted. I mean, I think that was the version that had an order for speaker cards, so you couldn't take somebody out of order unless they agreed, and you had to number the speaker card. All kinds of things. I would suggest that one can do the fine tooth whatever on this and make it 200 pages of stuff. I'm not sure that I'm with that. I think, getting the big fixes, which some of which may have cost and other implications, some of which may not, is good. I am a big fan of including language in there that would allow further amendments without going back to the voters, so long as the task force recommended by like 2/3 and the board voted by 2/3, that there's some high threshold that allows amendments that are consistent with the intent. There's language in some of the ethics laws that allows that same kind of thing. And if we use that kind of a model here, we could say, all right, here are the big fixes, and the rest of the stuff we can clean up later, and you guys don't need to know. That's an approach. It's not the only approach, but it's an approach, and it might focus people on the big things that they really want as opposed to the other things that they might like.
Thank you, Member Popel. Anyone else comments on this item? Again, it's not an action item, so when we're done, we just move on.
Just want to make sure, since does Member Wolf have
Member Wolf,
anything?
did you have anything on this?
Yeah, I mean, again, well, I respect my colleague here, Mr. Popel. I don't necessarily agree with that last suggestion. I would just say we just need to continue on, and I don't mind the way CAC Chair LaHood is actually moving things forward. I think if there are really high, very substantive items that really need focus, like maybe the next item on our agenda, that we start taking up those items, and we get to items that really will make a difference in the work that we do and for the public.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Anything else? Okay, I think we're ready to, public comment. Let's do public comment on this.
If there's anybody who'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3, or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. I see no indications of public comment at this time.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and we'll move on, but I'm going to do it with that. No action. This was the discussion only item. So no action. I do need to use the restroom, and there's no vice chair here, so I am going to recess us for as long as it takes me to use the restroom, if you don't mind.
So should we turn the microphones off?
Yes.
Okay, Victor, I think we're ready to begin again.
Okay. Calling us back in order at 9:30. Everyone in the room is present. Is Member Wolf present?
Yeah.
You see him? Okay, thank you, Member Stein. Okay, so everyone is, all 8 of us are here. Let's go ahead and move on to the next item, which is 15.
Item number 15, enforcing task force orders for public records. Discuss the role of the Compliance and Amendments Committee and the District Attorney, Attorney General in enforcing task force orders under Administrative Code 6721E as in Edward, and consider formally requesting the attendance of the District Attorney or her representative at a future task force meeting for further discussion on this topic.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So this is kind of an item I made after we kind of talked about this in a variety of ways. Some of it is some suggestions that Compliance and Amendments Chair LaHood had made to me about what's really the appropriate role. So I'll let her kind of speak to that. And then if I recall, we had talked about, the role of the district attorney. We talked about maybe inviting her to speak with us. We were hearing a complaint, and kind of, it may have been public member Pilpel at the time recommended that that's not really an action we take to invite her as part of a complaint item and have it as a standalone item. So mainly it's, obviously we've bounced files back and forth between compliance and amendments. The committee can do a lot of good, but some folks also feel that it is a waste of their time, or they don't want to do that. And they think that if we sent things off to the DA's office, it would get them what they want faster. I'm not sure if it would or not, but regardless, there are parts of the Sunshine Ordinance that seem to imply that that's something we shall, I think is the language that it says shall do. Since I've been on the task force, I don't recall any substantive conversations with the district attorney or any of his or her representatives over the years, and them engaging us in any conversation about how that relationship might work. We do make referrals. So that's kind of the thought behind this topic. Maybe I'll turn it over to Member LaHood to kind of get her thoughts, since I know she does a lot of compliance stuff.
Yeah, so this was something, and I can't remember which case it was, but in a moment of frustration, and I thought, why, we're trying to help people get the documents or the access that they're looking for, but in some cases, I don't know that they want our help. They just want us to refer to ethics, or they want us to refer to the Board of Supervisors, or they want us to refer to, the DA's office, and this is maybe throwing this out there for consideration. Should we possibly have an option where after we issue an order of determination that we invite people to go through our compliance process, through which we will try to compel the delivery of documents or records or access according to the Sunshine Ordinance. But if people don't want to go through that process, they can request that we forward the orders of determination, and we can come up with, we could say, check off where you want this sent, and we will send it, but then we will not pursue further compliance. So you can go through our process, and we may eventually have the task force may eventually, with other supporting information, decide to make those referrals. But if you don't want to go through the compliance process, you could just ask us to make those referrals immediately. I wonder if that might be a way to move things along faster for people who don't actually want to go through the compliance process.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
You just put me on wherever you want in the stack, so other people want to speak in the room.
I didn't see a hand yet, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to you just to start.
Okay, great. So I don't know if you remember when I was chair, we had dealt with this issue of trying to find different avenues of enforcement. And I don't remember if it was you yourself and or Member LaHood that I met with then District Attorney Chesa Bodine and his staff.
It was not me.
It was not me either.
Okay, I think there was some other member that did, but I explored this with them specifically, not because it just says it refers to them in the Sunshine Ordinance, but it also refers to them in the Brown Act in various places. And so the response I got from the district attorney was very simple. if there is no crime, then we don't prosecute. And so they don't see that these administrative type of kind of protocols or policies have any binding legal like enforcement that they could, prosecute on. So they don't really know what to do with it once they get it. And essentially they would say it'll be just like, thank you for letting us know. It's in our record, but we don't know what to do with it. So that needs to be explored as to what exactly do we want the district attorney to do, and is it within their jurisdiction to do it? Now, in the Brown Act, there is, and they still challenge that, okay, because they don't necessarily say it's a crime. Well, in fact, there are certain violations of the Brown Act that are misdemeanors, which means that it does come under jurisdiction. So that's kind of long and the short of it when it comes to the district attorney and the attorney general.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I do recall you providing that summary to us at the time. Obviously, there's a different district attorney now, so we may get a different answer, maybe the same answer. I don't know. I mean, personally, I think it may be helpful if we could have someone from their office come, and if that's their position, at least publicly state it. So when we may be apprehensive to send things over, or members of the public feel that we're not advocating or getting the district attorney to do something, then it's a matter of public record that's the district attorney's position. If that truly is going to be the new district attorney's position, I have no idea. But I think, Member LaHood also brings up a great point, is that, maybe we want to let the members of the public decide which avenue they want us to take. I certainly don't want to make it look like we're holding back on trying to help members of the public. But they may not understand those limitations of referral to district attorney. And so this might be an opportunity to express that, if those are still, current concerns the district attorney would have.
District attorney may ask to be written out of the ordinance.
They might. And you know what? If the district attorney says, look, this is not the appropriate place for me, maybe it should be the city attorney. I don't know. Maybe it should be someone else. I mean, I don't know. And I think now might be a timely point to have this conversation as we're exploring sunshine ordinance amendments. And if this is truly a problematic part of the ordinance, and we've had this come up over and over again, where someone says, you shall refer to the district attorney, we're like, we will, but it's not going to do any good. And so then we do it, and obviously nothing happens, right? And so I think all of us are kind of, want to see wherever route we end up going, some type of enforcement mechanism that is meaningful. And so this might be a good place to start that conversation, at least get the DA's perspective. And if they say write us out, well, then at least we have them on record saying write us out, right? And why they're asking for that, not just us coming up with this idea. Member Popo?
I don't want to do a long dissertation on 67.21 and all of its pieces, but I do want to share a little bit. Maybe two things. In the narrow, I think you can read the referrals to ethics, the DA, the AG, others, as being strictly in the ordinance, and if it says it, and if it says we shall, then we shall, and if it says that they shall take whatever measures they deem necessary. Not clear that there are any, but if there are, that they shall do that, and to the extent that the ordinance imposes powers and duties on an office or officer in the city, then they shall do that. That's a simple read. If it is in fact meaningless or surplus language, then perhaps it should be pulled, or we should say until it's pulled, we're just not going to do it because it has no meaning. I tend to think that the DA and the AG are sort of just there, but not really doing anything. and I'll talk about that in 1 second. I think the Ethics Commission and the city attorney are perhaps more relevant for actually getting things done. Ethics, in as much as they have powers to find official misconduct and deal with employees and officers of the city, and the city attorney, if they so choose, and that's a different discussion about whether they can order a department to do blah, blah, blah. We'll have that discussion, maybe not tonight. But, or maybe, and thinking about an earlier discussion we had, maybe code compliance in city attorney land is an avenue to explore for enforcement of a thing. It's compliance with a certain code. It's not, infestation in a building code sense, but it's code compliance. Maybe there's a role for that group in code enforcement. I don't know. We can think about that some more in the fullness of time. But the other point I was going to make, coming back to Prop G in 1998, 1999, I, among various people, sat with the folks that drafted Prop G and those amendments, and there were a number of things that were sort of kind of out there ideas, some of which made it in, some of which didn't, and some of which weren't quite ready for prime time. And there was an idea about enforcement that, and it was probably Bruce Brugman who said, well, you got to have some way to get at them. You got to be able to do that, see? And everyone else was like, well, what are you going to do? There are only a certain number of offices that have the power to actually do anything. And somebody in the room, and I don't know, I'm just throwing out names. It could have been Doug Comstock. It could have been Rosmer Karimi. It could have been Steve LeBlanc. I mean, there were people in those rooms who said, well, just, the Ethics Commission just has been around for a few years. Put them in there all over the place. And the DA and the AG, they enforce laws, state laws, and possibly other laws. Put them in there. And so I'm not really kidding to say that's largely how that happened. And it wasn't with as much careful thought as you might hope for how the DA goes from enforcing state law with regard to crimes to just getting like a little reference in here as if a referral under 67.21E is going to magically turn around a department that's intransigent or not knowing or whatever. It's not like it necessarily does the trick. Anyway, that's a little background. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Member Popo. Any other comments? Member Stein and Member. Okay.
You.
Just
You pick the order.
to me, I don't know who would have. I think Mr. Member Pilpel is exactly on like the idea of why does the Attorney General show up in this document? Why does in the ordinance? Why does the DA? Because it's a very poorly written provision of this ordinance. Shall notify the DA. What is that? I mean, it does say shall notify, and I know that this task force treats that as may notify. Usually shall means it has to happen. So that's the shall part of it, but notify, big deal. You notify the DA and they throw the garbage. Member Wolf pointed out that not with regards to documents, but with regards to the Brown Act, the DA actually could do something here. And there are DAs around the state who actually do a very slight level of Brown Act monitoring. I don't know if they're actually prosecuting any cases, but they send warning letters to municipalities about Brown Act violations. Maybe with our prior DA, if they had some really good case in front of them where there's a Brown Act violation and they knew that authority is there, because they may not even know that the Brown Act authority is there. Maybe they would have taken interest in it, but I don't know if notify the DA is going to turn into anything at any point in time. Attorney General has no involvement in any of this. And so that's just sort of like, it's language that doesn't really, it doesn't help us. And so I'd say that the whole thing, the whole way we need to treat this language with regards to DA, with regards to Attorney General, is we do need to send them the notifications, but we shouldn't expect that anything is going to go further than that.
Member Stein?
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate because it seems like it misleads the public into thinking that something more is going to be done and that we're refusing to do that for them. And that, which is problematic all around, especially when we're probably the best hope through compliance and amendments of getting the documents that they want. At the same time, you know, because it's there, I kind of lean towards maybe we should just notify them every time somebody doesn't get their documents within 5 days. And they'll end up with, like, maybe they'll just toss it in the trash, maybe they'll toss it in a file, and they'll see that over time that they've gotten so many notifications that, you know, this particular body hasn't complied or that particular body hasn't complied. And maybe if there is some kind of extreme example, at least they have like documentation, if they haven't thrown it away, if they've thrown it in a file, that maybe there was a bigger problem here that they might want to act on. And since it is in the Sunshine Ordinance, I feel like we should probably just go ahead and do that notification automatically, make it really brief, make it just like, here's the X number of cases this quarter that were not provided the documents, even though we said they should be, and that's it. But it's still both ways. It misleads the public, right, into thinking that something's going to happen that's not going to. So it's kind of unfortunate.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I was gonna, if you wouldn't mind, Member Wolf, I just want to jump in. Yeah, I have two. Number one, I totally agree with you. I think it kind of leads folks down a dead end. It's not going to be helpful to them and makes us look like we're the impediment. So I think overall, you know, this is something I think needs to be cleaned up as part of a rewrite of this or amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. The second point is I think notify is such a flimsy word to use. I don't even think it goes as far as sending a report like that. I mean, I think it could literally be the Cheryl, after a meeting where we said that, you know, someone didn't get their records, send an email to some district attorney, you know, the district attorney's email address, and say, please see the attachment. It's the Sunshine Ordinance found that someone didn't get their records. Here's the link. And that's notification, right? It doesn't mean we write a referral letter, we advocate, we put attachments, right? Which I would be hesitant to do and put any amount of time in this if the district attorney isn't going to do anything with it, right? Because then that's just a waste of time. And I think we're obviously backlogged, and we can talk all day about why we need more staff and all that. So I would say if we're going to start notifying the Attorney General or the district attorney, that it be, we just notify them, right? Minimal. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to say that we shall, then we also I'm going to, at least personally, I'm going to attach on to what notify means, which means now you know. Not
still would have to track like who received their records within 5 days, or, you know.
Right. And I think on that would be a matter of if it comes back to the task force, either or it could even be someone telling Cheryl, I didn't receive my records. Okay, you didn't receive your records? Get forward to the district attorney. We can handle it here too, but now we've notified them. This person says they didn't. They didn't even say that we have to, I'm not sure if it necessarily says we even have to have that finding, just that someone didn't. Okay, well.
So you're saying, oh, sorry, and I think Member Wolf is waiting.
Yeah, and so the last point, and then I'll stop and turn back over to everyone else. So does anyone think I guess the question I have, does anyone think it would be helpful for the DA to come, if we were to extend some type of invitation, have this discussion and bring the DA into that discussion? Even if that discussion leads to, yeah, please write us out of this if you could. I mean, or if you are going to notify us, hey, at least do it this way so that someone maybe will see it and do something with it. I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
I have a thought on that, but
I think it's Member Wolf, Member Hood, and then you can go. So Member Wolf, go ahead.
So I'm gonna kind of short circuit this a little bit, because I know most of us have neither me either have gotten through all the new amendments to the CPRA that became effective January 1st. And you should also notate that the numbering of the California Public Records Act has changed also. In Article 3, Section 7921-700 to 710. And it's not that long, and I'm going to read it because it's pertinent to this discussion. 700 says a state or local agency shall allow inspection or copying of any public record or class of public records not exempted by this division when requested by a district attorney. 705, A, if a district attorney makes a request to a state or local agency to inspect or receive a copy of a public record or class of public records not exempted by this division, and the state or local agency fails or refuses to allow inspection or copying within 10 working days of that request, the district attorney may petition a court of competent jurisdiction to require the state or local agency to allow the requested inspection or copying. B, unless the public interest or good cause with withholding the requested records clearly outweighs the public interest in disclosure, the court may require the public agency to allow the district attorney to inspect or copy those records. And the last section, 710, disclosure of records to the district attorney under provisions of this division shall affect no change in the status of records under any other provision of law, period. So district attorney now has some authority to bring a local agency to court to be compelled to produce. And I think that it's pertinent to bring the DA before us to have a discussion. And what about maybe a memorandum of understanding that if we find in violation our determination, that they would take that and then make their own inquiry and request. And if the local agency still refuses to comply, then district attorney has grounds to take them to court.
Interesting.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member LaHood.
I don't remember what I was going to say.
Okay. Member Popel, did you have?
Unfortunately, I do remember what I was going to say. I'm not averse to inviting the DA or a representative. It might actually be interesting to, if they're willing to show up and discuss. This is not in the context of a complaint or an interrogation. It's simply to have like a policy discussion. How do you guys handle this? What do you see this as? Is there any there? And possibly even, I'm thinking Kesley Stewart from the city attorney's office. I mean, who's in charge? What's her function? Public integrity. Yeah. So, I mean, and I'm sorry, there's a lot in the brain, but I'm not remembering the name of the guy. And it was a guy at the DA's office like 20 years ago who headed special investigations or something like that dealt with white collar and public corruption things. And occasionally, and I think that's the person that ethics sends things to when they are required to under their regs. There's probably a discussion to be had about how these things are handled or how they could be handled. And either they can say, sure, we'd be happy to either on that new state law basis or or if you want to just send us a notice and we'll file it. And if we care, we'll let you know, or say, really, whatever their position is, it's not a bad idea to engage. I actually think on balance, the more we try to engage with city agencies, not in a complaint context, but in a proactive, collaborative way, the better things get around here. So yeah, I think I'm now supportive of making the request and see where it goes. And if we broaden it to city attorney as well, and have a separate discussion about code enforcement and ethics and whatnot, but at least the DA, city attorney piece on how public corruption bits are handled, because that's sort of where that's how this could be thought of. Not the only way, but it's a way.
Okay, not seeing any other hands to keep things moving. I'm going to make a motion on this one to authorize the chair to invite the district attorney and or her representative to join a Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting to discuss their role under the Sunshine Ordinance in enforcing orders for public records and compliance with open meetings laws.
I'll second that. But Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would ask that you not just limit it to the Sunshine Ordinance, but also our entire scope, which is
That's a good point.
includes the Brown Act and the CPRA.
That's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
great point. Yeah, so their role under the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, and California Public Records Act. We'll hit all three. That's a great point. And then, I'm sorry, who seconded it? Did
Me.
you?
Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, did. Okay.
Yeah. We can do the city attorney another time.
Back.
Yeah, that's not really, what's that?
Can I just read this back?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wolf, to authorize the chair to invite the district attorney and or her representative to join a task force meeting to discuss their role for enforcement under the Sunshine Ordinance, and the Brown Act.
Brown and the California Public Records Act. Yep, that's it. No, the city attorney's not in this agenda item, so I
We'll
feel
do that another
that,
time.
yeah, you can.
That's fine. They'll still be there.
Okay. That's the motion. Okay, so not seeing any hands. Let's move to public comment on that.
Yes, we have one person still with us. If you'd like to make public comment, you can press *3 on your telephone to raise your hand for public comment. I'm seeing no signs requesting public comment.
Okay, and no one's in the room, so we will go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready for a vote on that.
You on for a vote?
Yep.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Cheryl, use the mic.
That's right, it's fine. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Wong, absent. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor.
Okay, great. 8 in favor, 2 absent. Let's go ahead and move on to the next item. This is, we're on what, 16?
Item number 16, response timeline to public records requests. Discuss the implications of Administrative Code Sections 6721 and 6725 when public records or requests are sent to city employees and officials who are not employed full-time and potentially consider drafting advisory information on this topic.
Okay, so this is kind of sprung out of a discussion we briefly had at our last meeting. And I think it deserves broader discussion. We may not get to the point to actually draft any advisory information here, but just something to consider, right? That 6721 and 6725 impose certain timelines for public records requests. And the Sunshine Ordinance also envisions any city official as being a custodian of public records. That all being said, not every city official is a full-time employee. So does the ordinance, this is, I guess, the broader question, is let's say any one of us, or let's say it's a part-time, whatever, get an immediate disclosure request, or someone on vacation, a city employee, right? Whatever it could be, get an immediate disclosure request. And we don't check our email every day. We're not city employees, right? And we don't respond until 2 days later. If we now violated the Sunshine Ordinance, or has a part-time employee, only works Monday, Wednesday, Friday, gets an IDR on Monday, doesn't respond until Wednesday. They've now passed the 6725, technically, the next day deadline, right? It would be due on Tuesday, and they didn't even get it out until Wednesday. And how we look at certain complaints or issues under that. I mean, I think obviously the California Public Records Act doesn't necessarily have the same doesn't envision the same role for every single individual. It envisions more of government agencies and such, which obviously should be open on a full-time basis on regular days. But I think the nuance of what expectation is there of folks who are not full-time city employees have to receive and respond to requests that have tight deadlines that may have envisioned them as if they were. So that's kind of my intro to this. I don't know what folks have to think about it. But that's where so any ideas?
I think the state law approach makes more sense. I hesitate to say I think the idea that I like the idea that everyone who holds public records holds public records. I think that's sort of, what's the term? Axiomatic, reflexive, whatever the word is. I think that's true, but I think the idea that you can shoot an IDR to any particular city employee, I'm not talking about a specific complaint. I'm just saying any employee or officer in whatever capacity, and that whenever they first see it, or even if they haven't seen it, that somehow they need to drop everything and respond to that is not particularly workable. I mean, it's like handing a piece of paper to a Muni driver and saying, you know, your operator bulletins that you got this morning, I want a copy of them by, you know, tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. And they're going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. And you say, well, here, I just served an IDR on you. And they're like, get off my bus, you know. And if that's the implication, again, I don't think that's workable. I would distinguish that on the other end from a department head, a board or commission secretary, the front office person at any agency, the executive assistant to those folks. I mean, they're a small group of people that know or should know that anything that says immediate disclosure request or that says sunshine, whatever, that's got some magic words on it, needs to get handled in a certain way. And there's a reasonable expectation that a general email box that not just victor.young@sfgov, but that's, you know, BOS or BOS records or some, you know, records request at sfdph.org is going to be checked by not just one, but 2 or 3 people. So at least once a day, that'll get checked and get responded to. And that seems reasonable to me. And I am happy to hold those people to, did you check it and did you do a diligent search and was it all reasonable, as opposed to you handed a note to a bus driver and expected them to go do something about it. That's just, how's that for provocative?
I would like for this to be called the LaHood Amendment. So for those who don't know, I got an immediate disclosure request to my Sunshine Ordinance Task Force email, which I set up separately to segregate it from my other personal and work email, and I don't check it daily. Because I was also on vacation when it came in, it got buried, it got lost in a chain of responses, and I didn't realize that the initial request was made to me. As soon as I found out, I did, you know, respond. I want to respond, but I agree with the proposal that there are certain employees, or that every department needs to have a particular, you know, email, phone number, person who receives immediate disclosure requests and is responsible for, you know, attempting to fulfill those requests. But yeah, the idea that immediate disclosure requests, especially for part-time or unpaid commission and task force members, seems, you know, I didn't realize how much of a problem this might be until it happened to me. So, and I'm sorry that I didn't see it sooner, because because we know that this has happened to other people, but that's it.
Stacked.
Sugarman?
I just have a question about 6725. It just talks about, notwithstanding the 10-day period for a response. And I don't know what is up for discussion in terms of amending, but like, what does that 10-day period encompass?
It's actually, if you read further, it says, it talks about immediate disclosure requests and how it's essentially imposes a 1-day turnaround time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It says a written request for information described in any category of non-exempt public information shall be satisfied no later than the close of business on the following day of the request. This deadline shall apply only if the words immediate disclosure request are placed along the top of the request. So theoretically, if any of us get an email on our SFGov, well, we don't have SFGov ones, on our fake SFGov ones, we probably set up through Gmail since the city won't give us an SFGov one. And it says immediate disclosure request, and we, they send it on Monday and we don't read our email until Wednesday. We've now potentially violated 6725. And this is not just about protecting us, right? There's hundreds, if not over 1,000 volunteer city, board and commission members, not to mention all the part-time employees of the city who may not check their email every day, or who may be in jobs that don't allow them to check their email every day. Like to Member Pilpel's point, I don't know if a bus driver has the opportunity to check their email. They might just go into the office once a week to do like their timesheet administrative paperwork. And someone could say, I emailed it to so-and-so at sfmta.org or common, whatever, and you didn't answer it till 5 days later. And so I think Member Hood brought up an excellent point. It kind of, which piggybacked on Member Pilpel's point, that having like a central IDR contact point for every city department and agency makes a lot of sense. This way there could be adequate staffing. There's no excuse, right? If so-and-so normally has that task and they're on vacation,
there's backup.
There's backup,
yeah.
Right. But requiring all of us who are volunteers or part-time people or people not in the office to monitor every mode of communication and respond to it within 24 hours seems absurd. And, I think it get into a whole bunch of other violations of, if you're requiring us to have, basically 24-hour access to our email, are we technically employees and are we volunteers anymore, and so forth and so on, right? So I think there's a lot that this could snowball into. And, it finally affected us, but I think we've, over the years, maybe heard versions of this complaint from respondents, and I think it's time that we figure out how to address it.
I think 24 hours seems kind of ridiculous for people who maybe are full-time too. Like maybe there should be expansion of like the definition of what an immediate disclosure request is for both part-time and full-time people.
Put me next, please.
Oh, I'll give you up for Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're speaking kind of narrowly to this issue of part-time officials, but to me, there are larger issues with the way IDR is written. I know there's like disagreement, I think, on the task force, even in how we interpret what an IDR is. And I think partly it's the language of, the IDR itself. Like I tend to be one of the people who interprets it. I mean, when I imagine like how you're supposed to use an IDR, I'm thinking of like someone who walks into a government office, asks for some really simple piece of information that there's no reason they shouldn't be able to get it immediately. And that's, to me, the purpose of the IDR. But I have seen so many IDR requests on this task force where, people are involved in lawsuits and litigation, and they're asking for something where like it turns up 1,000 documents and then we get a case because it wasn't provided in 1 day or 10 days or whatever. And to me, there's a problem with the way that the IDR has been written, and maybe if we address this piece of it, we can address some other pieces of it as well.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to use the same example. Folks that are involved in legal matters where they are on a timeline that is, they have to meet in a different venue and they need to get discovery going and to ask, for documents, with a quick turnaround time, if the law as we have it allow it, then, I think that is appropriate because, there's the whole judicial system is all bogged down anyway. So anything to help create more expediency in that venue is also helpful too. Now, with regards to IDRs, as far as timeliness, I'd like to know how many we've actually had to deal with. I mean, when you think about the number of complaints we get per year, okay, let's leave the whole, batch of anonymous aside. Okay, we basically hear probably 60 to 70 complaints per year. Okay, and if you count how many complaints are actually brought in, throughout the whole year, it is a smidgen of a splinter of the number of requests that are made throughout the entire city per year, maybe even per month. So we're not really talking about a huge problem here. Okay. Now I understand that there's this issue with regards to folks who are volunteer don't read their emails that often, like us, a lot of us, and all that. I get that, but the 6725 has some provisions to help things out like that. Like, so if the documents were voluminous, or you needed to consult with somebody else in order to get the documents, all you have to do within 24 hours is just notify the person whether you have the documents or not. First of all, you don't have to necessarily produce them. And then you get 10 days, and beyond the 10 days, you can do it on a rolling basis. So, I mean, there's a few different options there in order to be able to do that. And we usually don't get too much resistance from respondents anyway, when it comes to that. So that's all I have to say about it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Pilpel.
Again, not to belabor, in part to Member Sugarman's question. From 1993 to 1999, the original version of the ordinance had a much narrower description of what qualified for an immediate disclosure request, and it was along the lines of what Member Stein discussed. I just walked into the office. You've got an agenda posted. Can I get a copy of that agenda? You've got an agenda item for tomorrow night. Apparently there's a new staff report. Can I get a copy of the staff report? I really need this because I really need this. It's different from, can you go back into your files and find the as-built drawings from 1950 for the tunnel or pipeline that DPW, may have on microfiche or maybe in Iron Mountain storage somewhere. So there was a distinction there. The amendments in 1999 removed that distinction and said you can dress up any records request, call it an IDR, send it at 3 a.m. by email, whether or not the person's on vacation. And if they don't get to it and you feel peeved about it, bring a complaint to the task force and we're off to the races, right? So it took an idea, a good idea, of an immediate disclosure request being a readily accessible, easy thing, and made it, anything qualifies. Well, that therein lies the problem. And that makes complainants feel empowered and yet kind of crazy that they can't always get what they want. And it drives respondents crazy because they, either aren't always checking the thing or somebody's on vacation. It creates all kinds of problems. And so that is an issue to deal with the amendments. Do we want to keep the same process, the same definitions, the same response time, all of that? Or do we see it differently? And do we want to propose a different spin on it? Something to think about.
I have another comment.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
How about a happy medium where
I wasn't going.
An IDR must be accompanied by some proof of urgency. They don't have to give a reason why they need it. They just need to show that it's needed in a shorter period, within the shorter period of time. Like if they're on a docket, or there's a written deadline by another agency, or something like they have a contracting issue that they have to deal with on a deadline of some sort, that kind of thing.
Or if they knew about it.
I mean, me personally, and then I'll get you. I really am uncomfortable with that idea. That's an extremely subjective type of standard. And if we think we see complaints now, wait until we make it even more subjective. I mean, me personally, I'm thinking, I forget who first proposed it, I think it was Member LaHood, have a central mailbox and remove, at least from IDRs, remove the responsibility from a person to a department. I think that still recognizes the overall custodian of records and puts us under the normal, 6721 requirements. But I think it's incredibly problematic to have IDRs going to literally every single employee, volunteer, city official. I think it's unworkable. I think I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of this. And I think part of that's just because immediate disclosure request is such an, odd type of language is buried in the Sunshine Ordinance that most of the public doesn't know about.
But Mr. Chair, the one thing that happens that we see more often is that we get folks that have no idea where documents are. So you put it in the hands of somebody else. And the purpose of the way the ordinance was written so that it was a person is so you get to the person who actually has it. Departments don't necessarily, quote unquote, have it. They have to go looking around for it.
Not myself, Member Wolf, but I did have Member Sugarman after me, and then Member the Hood. So Member Sugarman.
So I think that you, instead of saying that there's a proof of urgency for it, you could at least do and you could define it, what a reasonable request is for an IDR, like how much of a document production there is for one, first of all, like how many pages, and then also extend just from a day, not to something ridiculous, but like 5 days, like something that's not like a 24-hour turnaround. And that's, like I said, I mean, you can expand the definitions for people who are part-time or volunteer, but like just as a general place to start. And that's all I had to suggest.
Thank you. Member Hood.
Okay, so wearing a couple different hats. As a journalist, I do not think we should get rid of IDRs, and I don't think we should, because there is a lot of information out there that can be satisfied quick turnaround. I also agree with, and now I can't remember who said what, but the idea of being able to, and maybe it was Member Wolf, being able to go directly to the source of where you think the information is. So I think we either need to say, if you're filing an IDR with an individual and you want it to be considered fully considered an IDR, you also have to file with the department that you're making that request, or we figure out, I think that might be easier than trying to exclude certain categories of people. So, with commissioners and board members and task force members and other people who are either not paid or not full-time, if the request is sent to them because they're the person who's most likely able to respond, but it is also sent to the department, at minimum, the person in the department can either contact them directly and say, hey, this came through, or they can tell the person who sent it in, that person is only in on Tuesdays, or they're gone for the next 2 weeks, and the immediate response can be made. So there's clarity for the person asking without the expectation that they're always going to get a response in 24 hours from this specific person they're trying to reach.
Yeah, I think it's a great, and I think that almost gets to the spirit of what the Part in B says, that like if the documents are in a remote storage facility, I mean, okay, now, I guess you could argue that my email is a remote storage facility of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force office, right? Angela and Cheryl can't go access it, right? It's remote to them, right? So they, under the scenario you described, could respond in 24 hours and say, okay, we received your request, we're going to see if the documents exist, and then reach out to me to try to obtain those records. I think that's absolutely an effective way to implement it. Because I totally agree. I don't think getting rid of IDRs is the way to go. I think it serves a very valuable purpose, but we have to have a mechanism that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Member Stein, I'll go to you.
I was going to say, I don't want to get rid of IDRs either, but I think that just should be very clear the situations in which you can use them and how to use them, and it can be better written than it is now. And I just want to say, I just went and sort of looked through my data on last year's complaints. We heard 55 complaints. We found 7 IDR violations in separate complaints. I don't have, the complaints that we didn't find it in, but I would guess that it's like, it's like a significant percent, like maybe 20% of the complaints that we're hearing are IDR related. So I think it could be cleaned up in some way that makes it more workable, and that would be good to do. But it's, this is just a very open-ended discussion. I feel like we need it to go through some committee where they really kind of hash out, here's what we think is a good proposal, and then we can get really specific about it.
Member Popel, then I have Member Popel, then I'll get to you, Member Wolf.
Okay.
So once again, yes, I agree that compliance should be looking at this issue among the various things in the big basket. We may need to order a larger basket. Yeah. But I think the one thing that we actually could do as the task force with our limited staff in the next few months is, depending on how you define departments in the city, there are arguably between 50 and 60 or so departments. I suspect that we have something like a list of the departments, the department head who we think is the custodian of records. We could probably edit and finagle a list of what we think is a department, the primary custodian of records, a phone number, an address, and ask them each for a general email address for records requests from that department, figure out what's the best information on that, and put it on our website. And when someone calls or contacts the task force and says, I'm not getting what I need from MTA, PUC, the health department, blah, 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 you say, have you looked at, SOTF at sfgov/IDR, and we've got a list there. And they'll say, that's helpful, right? We can do some proactive things with the departments and put on that page, we're not requiring you to, but if you make a records request and copy it to this person, much better chance that it'll get looked at every day and you may get your record sooner. Just a thought. And I see Cheryl waving.
That happens to me all the time. People who say, I didn't get my records. When did you ask? They don't tell you when you ask, when they ask. I didn't get my records. Well, who'd you send the request to? Well, I sent it to the general email box. I'll say, no, you have to contact the custodian of record. This is their name. This is their email address. I clean this stuff up all the time from people who don't have information readily available to them, or they get so frustrated they don't even know where to look. That's my experience.
So I am not volunteering to create this list right now. I've got other things to do, but this is an idea of something we could do proactively sooner rather than later and put it on our website.
And I have Member Wolf, so let me get to him real fast.
And I'm not convinced it's going to actually solve a lot, because I feel like, given the way the IDR is written, it seems like we have many petitioners who believe that they should be able to make an IDR request to anybody, and they have the right to get that information in a day. And if they don't hear back in a day, it's a violation that they're going to bring in front of the task force. I mean, I understand it, but I don't know. And even the index to records that's online is completely out of date. Like half of it to 75% of it is inaccurate at this point. I feel like it still needs to be solved through, rethinking the IDR.
But both.
Yeah.
Let me grab Member Wolf here, because I asked him to hold. So go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I just want us to be clear that, this concept of a quote unquote department's custodian of records, that's a misnomer. I'm sorry. Every person who has a record is the custodian of that record. Okay. We have a superintendent of records. That's somebody that oversees that. But there is no quote unquote position of custodian of records for this particular purpose. And I don't accept that at all. If you don't want it to be a person, then just do away with the Sunshine Ordinance and go back to you doing just CPRA like most other municipalities. And then you're talking about it's got to go to a department, and then the department has to go retrieve the records. Okay, I hope not many of us or all of us in this room want that. Okay, that would be a travesty, especially for what the voters wanted to do. The other thing is we can ask the Board of Supervisors to make kind of a general adjunct ordinance for function that every department would do, and that would be is exactly what Member LaHood had suggested. I like that. I like exactly what she said. I think was spot on. And I think that if the Board of Supervisors were to put out a general ordinance saying that, there should be a kind of like maybe a listserv or some general IDR, whatever. You have the person's name on it, but there is always somebody to actually see it and make sure that the person who it's supposed to go to gets notice of it within 24 hours. Period.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. Do we have anything else on this? I'm not sure this is really needs to be an action item now. I think there's some great thoughts that maybe you could take back when you get to this part of the ordinance.
We'd love to.
So
I just want to throw in that suggestion was something I've also heard put forward by that informal group of, they call themselves custodians of records, as a kind of best practice for the different agencies and departments to always make sure that there's somebody there to receive an IDR.
Yeah.
So that's already something they're recommending to people who are coming to them and saying, how do we deal with this? So maybe it should come from us.
That's actually really great to hear.
Yeah.
all right, I think it's a productive conversation. Let's see if there's any public comment on it, and then we'll get to, I think, our last item here. So is there any public comment on this item?
Okay, if our one caller would like to comment on this matter, you can press *3 to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. There's no signs of public comment at this time.
Okay, no one in the room, so public comments closed, and let's move on to the last hearing, which is item number 17.
17.
Yep, no action on that.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Item number 17, public comment at task force meetings. Discuss public comment periods at the task force meeting and its ideal placement for agenda items.
Okay, so this is an item I put on, and I think this was something that we heard maybe from Anonymous and maybe from other people back in the day when we were looking at ways to improve how we hear complaints. And so I believe I attached a copy of the bylaws to this for everyone to look at, right? So if you want to scroll to Section 11, it actually has the hearing procedures for complaints. These are kind of what I read earlier today when I introduced the first complaint and how this goes, right? So I think there's kind of two concerns that I have. The first concern is that public comment doesn't get triggered when we're hearing complaints until after a motion is made. I think a lot of public commenters have expressed their desire to share their thoughts and opinions before we make a motion. And I know on my end, I find a lot of times their feedback very helpful when trying to think of a motion or how we're going to handle something. So it seems kind of oddly placed that we take public comment after we actually make a motion. And so what I oftentimes see happening is we make a motion, we take public comment, then we decide, hey, someone had a really good point, so then we decide to amend it or rescind a motion. We make another motion. This kind of cycle goes on a few times around. And we've somehow also gotten, and I can't find it in the ordinance, in our procedures, or anywhere else, that says that we are required to take public comment every single time we make a motion versus on every item. We've had sometimes issues where we try to amend or change or tweak a motion, and we open up another round of public comment. Now, like I said, I take the public comment I think it's very important, and I want to be informative, and I think actually having it earlier in the process would be more informative. But I also don't think 3 or 4 or 5 rounds of public comment on a single item is what the Sunshine Ordinance envisioned, and I can't see it anywhere in there. And certainly not how the Board of Supervisors conducts their meetings, or how many other meetings, if not all their meetings, get conducted. Not to say that if it's like a policy hearing or a like the administrative report, that calling public comment multiple times might not be good. It might be very beneficial, particularly if the topics kind of range quite a bit. But I think the multiple rounds of public comment on every minute amendment, motion to amend, even if it's fairly non-substantive, in the course of hearing a complaint isn't the most productive thing. So those are my thoughts on this. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts. If we do want to tweak where this is a bylaw amendment.
I do.
We would have to notice it and do it in a future meeting. So that's my thought. Member Wolf, did you have comments?
Yeah, a couple things. We're bound by Robert's rules, first of all. And by Robert's rules requires that that procedure is that public comment comes after a motion is made. That said, the Brown Act also has provisions that public testimony be given before a decision is made. So, generally, it's not general practice, even in this city, on almost every meeting body I know of, and Member Pelpel's been to a lot of those meetings too, where public comment is given before a motion is made, and then they'd have to give public comment again after the motion is made, because it may not be what they wanted to speak about on the motion before that. So it's a bit of a slippery slope. I'll stop there.
Member Pilpel?
So a couple of things. Under the task force's bylaws, page 227 of the packet, conduct of meetings, 5A, except where state or local laws or other rules provide to the contrary, meeting shall be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. So the task force agreed to use Robert's rules. It's not that that anyone forced us to. And I'm not opposed to that. I'm not aware of Robert's rules. Robert's rules, in my understanding, do not speak to the question of public comment. Public comment is something that happens under the Brown Act and under the Sunshine Ordinance. So it's taking all of that together. My understanding is that both the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance require at least one opportunity for public comment on each agenda item prior to the body taking action on the item. So whether it's the Board of Supervisors hearing something at committee, which may get changed in committee or may get to the full board and doesn't have public comment at the full board, or whether it's the Planning Commission hearing a case of, 1234 46th Avenue, they'll take public comment on everything related to that case. And if the Planning Commission decides to go off and talk about the color of the stucco or the length of the deck extension, and you didn't comment on that, that's your problem. They may choose to reopen public comment on a narrow issue or any issue if the body decides to, but they're not required to. And anyway, back to the main question, I agree that public comment on complaints is currently too late in the process. On page 228, we're not acting on this tonight, but I'm open to moving that either to after item 2 or after item 4. So either before or after rebuttals. And I think kind of essentially hearing all of the testimony from both sides and public comment, so it's all on the record, and then we can noodle through it and say, okay, that's interesting. Now I have a question for you, and I want to think about this, and let's talk about blah, blah, blah. And then we make a motion and dispose of the matter. And if people like it, great. And if they don't like it, they have other recourse, and we're done with that matter. It's a beautiful dream, I know, but so yes, I am open to moving that. I don't think it's the highest priority thing. I don't know that it's a standalone bylaw amendment that needs to happen next month. If you want to do that, fine. But yes, I agree that it should be moved up, and we should only open public comment a second time or a third time in an item when the chair or the body deems that it is useful to the body.
Thank you, Member Pilpel. Any other thoughts on this?
I have another, but I'll yield to anybody else who wants to speak first. Hasn't spoken yet.
Do we think it's a good idea, not good idea? I'm happy to write up a bylaw change. I was thinking, in my mind, somewhat along the lines of what Member Pilpel was about where to put it. I think it makes sense to get the entirety of the testimony before we make a motion, but go ahead.
I guess I feel very mixed about it because I feel like having it late in the process gives them a chance to, really speak to specifically what we intend to do. I can see the argument for having it early in the process as well, is that they can express their general concerns, but then, if it veers off in some direction where they haven't thought about it, they haven't, commented on it earlier, then they don't have an opportunity probably in many cases to speak on it. So I feel like it's both ways have strengths and weaknesses for the public.
Member Sugarman?
I think it makes sense to move it literally up, like what Mr. Pilpel said, like beneath number 4, like just move it up one spot. Because if I were a member of the public and I heard the entire case and I was on one side of it, like I was calling in to support someone, and then the board had already made a motion, it would kind of feel like I was like the decision was taken out of my hands to make it, to influence it at all. So, I mean, I still think that the most important parties to hear from are, the complainant and the respondent, but like putting the public comment right before the motion is made seems to make sense to me.
Other thoughts? We think, should we?
I understand that, but also, sometimes we will take public comment and amend the motion. We'll recognize that public comment. Because I think we're going to go down the slippery slope that Member Wolf mentioned, that if we take any public comment and there's any motion afterwards, because it's been our practice, they're going to be clamoring for a second public comment, and that's just how it's going to be.
Well, right. I mean, that seems to have been our practice, even though.
Do you want to spend months retraining everybody?
But that's if you go by what he was saying about Robert's rules, right? Like you don't necessarily have to have 2 public comments unless that's, bound by requirement.
I mean, this is what's in our meeting procedures on the actual agenda that we publish every time is now item number 7. Vote by task force. Public comment at discretion of chair on new motion and or new motion if vote fails. So it even warns folks that there's no guarantee of any public comment on additional motions. That seems to have been the direction we go as a precedent.
I'm just curious, perhaps Victor could chime in. This is a test to see if Victor's still with us. I think I hear him on what Board of Supervisors does with this matter. How do they handle it? One shot at the end, right?
Well, this is Member Wolf. I can, if Victor's not there to answer it.
He failed.
The Board of Supervisors has a little bit of a different process because almost all public comment happens at the committee level on items, not at the main Board of Supervisors. So it's a little bit different process. But if I may, I don't know where you're reading, Chair Yankee, but in number 7, I don't see that language.
No, it's on every agenda. So, for instance, if you open our current agenda, the agenda itself, and I don't know how it got in there, right? Okay, but if you look at it's PDF page 5 noted at the bottom, about midway through, it says meeting procedures, and it's 1 through 7, and that's why I read number 7.
Okay. I don't know how public comment at the that parenthetical, I don't know how that made that in there. I don't know if how that exists in any of our governing documents.
Member Popo?
So 2 things. And again, this isn't the most critical, but maybe it's a small project for Cheryl and Victor to better align the language in the bylaws with the language on the meeting boilerplate. And if they both need to get fixed, then let's fix both of them. But it seems odd to be saying one thing in the procedures and then saying something else in the agenda. That's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
And there was something else on. I think the reality is, and maybe in part because I'm now on the other side here, I just don't think there's a whole lot of public comment on cases either at committee or before the task force. Usually people who have public comment, who have comments on cases, are actually involved in the case. Yes, there's the occasional Mr. or Mr. But other than that, the case stuff is largely case driven by the parties. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have public comment. We should. We should be so lucky that the room is filled with people that have views on both sides. The reality is that's not so happening. And I think our task here is to figure out where's the best place for it, not to cut it out, but where's the best place that best informs the discussion.
Can you limit like comment on a case to be about the case?
It should be about the case.
Okay. That's the idea.
That's the idea. I mean,
I've seen the meetings like what you're saying where public comment just happens about anything. So that's what I mean. Like it's
right. We have the general.
And then there's.
We have a general public comment, which is whatever you want. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I guess personally, I would be interested in seeing, and maybe I'll do some more watching, and I have done some, but to have how we handle this setup align more closely with how other adjudicative bodies are doing it, right? The Ethics Commission, the Planning Commission, the Board of Appeals. From what I've seen, we're not really following the same way all these other boards are doing it. And that seems kind of odd to me. They're not having multiple rounds, like to Mr. Pilpel's point. If there's an appeal on a building or whatever, and there's 5 items of that, and they adjust it and say, okay, the height's this, but they don't reopen public comment and have the whole thing now that they changed the deck height. And then someone says, well, gosh, okay, the deck, now let's talk about the front facade. And okay, and it's once per item at an appropriate time. I think it needs to be so that, and it may be where it still is. I don't know. But, and again, this isn't like the largest problem. I do think it's something, it's a thing, right? So I think it's something to think about. It doesn't have to happen tonight or next meeting. But
I have an idea.
Yeah, what's that, Member Wolf?
So I hear what you're saying. I do not want to align us with how the Board of Appeals operates in that kind of way. They have a very specific job. You actually have to pay to actually have your appeal. I mean, it's a very stringent kind of different animal. And I think we're here, for the people, that's our job. And so it's a very different thing. But my idea is here, we do have a section after each opening statement from each of the parties for any additional facts or evidence, that others might want to provide on either side of those parties. We could extend that to members of the public that want to speak about one or the other side's introduction, and they would also then be allowed extended an opportunity for public comment after a motion is made. And the reason why I say that is if you were to bring public comment in only before a motion is made, the public really doesn't know what you plan on doing. And the idea of the public testimony coming after the motion is because then they know what your intention is. And that's transparency. That's important. I'll stop there.
That sounds like a fair perspective too. Just saying now that I already put it the other way around.
Well, I would only add to this and to Member Wolf, who knows as well as I, that CEQA appeals and CU appeals at the Board of Supervisors, which are heard by the full board and not at committee, require folks to either speak in support of the appeal or in opposition to the appeal. And there's no, I just wanted to inform the board, but I've got a mixed view on it. No, you have to pick sides. And I've argued with Clerk Calvillo and others in the clerk's office to change that procedure to allow general public comment, not on one side or the other, but so people could give a mixed view prior to closing the hearing. And there are instances here where someone may say, you know what, I don't think the department is fully right, but I also think the complainant is not fully right, and I would do blah, blah, blah. You could find a third way, right? So that's the kind of public comment that in some cases that is actually helpful. It varies. But I sort of reject the idea that you should always have to line up either with or against a complainant.
Fair enough.
Well, we can leave things for now as they are. Just food for thought. We'll see how things go. If anyone has anything else, we can open this up to public comment.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand. Press *3 to raise your hand to indicate you want to make public comment. No hand raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close public comment and move on to the next item.
No action taken.
Item number 18, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Task Force.
Okay, does anyone have anything for this item?
I don't have any new items. I just wanted to observe briefly on my first meeting on return, Member Sugarman's first meeting. Although we only heard one case, I think this was great to actually not do a lot of casework tonight, but to do some housekeeping and really dig into some policy things. I think it reflects that we've got a range of views, which is great. And I hope we do more of this and also get through the case backlog. So
Yeah, next meeting will be back heavy on the case.
Back to the future, yeah.
Just to give everyone a warning. Okay. Anything else on this item? All right, not seeing any public comment on the comments that we made on this item.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand. *3 on the telephone. There appears to be no public comment on this matter.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to the, I believe, final item.
Item number 19, adjournment.
Okay,
10:46.
Yep, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we adjourn without objection.
Good to see you folks and welcome.